Welcome in, boys. We are live. Live line Friday night, powered by Sportsbookreview.com. My name is Jay Paglia, joined with the boys Maxwell Smart, Spread Astaire, Anthony Larson. Tyler will be with us later on tonight. We have the NBA and college basketball on deck. Obviously, this time of year, basketball takes center stage. Tomorrow, we have the Tyson Fury fight. We have UFC Fight Night 168. But tonight is just basketball. So how are we tonight, boys?
It remains to be seen how long I last on the show before I storm off in a fit of anger.
Why?
Because if I'm not having a good start, I'm not going to sit here and fucking be amusement for fucking trolls.
Didn't the games just begin?
Yeah. And I'm already fucking 1-2 on the day. I just lost fucking first half and full game on Sacred Heart and fucking managed to win on the total.
Oh, what did that started before 7?
Yeah, it started at 5.
Got you, bro. Ant, Spread, how are we today?
I'm pretty good.
Doing good.
Yeah, do you like the NBA card tonight, Spread?
Yeah, I think it's a great card for live betting. Talked to Tyler already this morning, so when he gets on, he'll confirm a bunch of this. But chose some spots that we liked live. Like, for example, the first one that I'm looking for is I want to get a big spread on this Magic game. I'm hoping that they go down. I can grab them at like double digits at some time. So I'm keeping an eye on that one. Wizards Cavaliers. I was kind of hoping to get the Wizards at a discount. Doesn't look like it. They've come out hot. But, yeah, there's plenty of other good live betting opportunities on this card as well, too. So I think it should be a fun night.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already a member. Head over to sbrvideo.com/live line to check out the best sportsbook page over there. SBR will get you set up there. And that's it. All right, so I guess we'll dive in. Tyler will be with us at some point tonight. So let's dive into the NBA card. King Weasel said, "Fly high, lesbian seagull." Dropping the mic early on the first first
Jay,
message in the chat.
Jay,
Yeah.
That's my
you
fault.
think I give a shit to fucking hear those comments read from the chat? You want to fucking run that shit? I can fucking take off. Don't fucking test me also.
Am I not supposed to talk to, like, how many
bro,
people are
if
left?
you want to read fucking comments that are trolling me, then you can go fuck yourself. How about that?
All right, later. All right, so Joe Gomez says the tie in the Fury fight dropped to 2,200 from 5,000. Tito Bond says, "What up, Keggers, Max, Spread, Jay, and Ant? What's up, boys? Rob Lax, what's going on? Ronnie Lofton, Dan Kelly, I couldn't figure the new coach angle with the Cavs. Blackerstaff is screwed with that bunch, but you never."
Bickerstaff.
Oh, who? Why? Oh, Bickerstaff. Sorry. All right, so let's go through the card.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk to Dan Kelly's comment real quick, had the same conversation with some fellas today about that. Normally, off the new coach, especially a coach that was, it was well known from the beginning that it really wasn't working there. Wasn't liked by the teammates, particularly Kevin Love, which kind of fed down to the younger players, since Love is, kind of the veteran guy with championship experience. But like he mentioned, this Cavs team is so bad, I don't know if it really matters. So Beeline was definitely in a tough situation. I don't know if he did himself any favors by being so rigid. But now they have, I think it's JB Bickerstaff, the son of Bernie Bickerstaff. Jay, you might remember he was the coach of the Sonics when we were kids.
Sure.
But I don't know. Like, normally you would play the team off the new coach bump, but I don't know if I'm going to do that here in this spot. I was actually looking to get Cleveland a little cheaper, but right now it sees their line's even higher than what it closed at. It closed at 6. It's -7.5 right now, and they're up by 4. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that game. But
what number were you looking at to grab Cleveland?
I wasn't going to try and grab Cleveland. On this side, I was going to – on the Magic game, I wanted to grab a lot of points. On this side, I was hoping to get the Wizard at like -2 or -3 maybe.
Okay. So when you say you want to grab the Magic at a lot of points, what's your buy on point there? Because right now they're plus 6.5. That's not a
Yeah,
lot, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's not. They closed at 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to get at least 10 there.
Okay.
Not going to force it if it never appears, but a lot of times, this same score, a 6-point lead, it'll be a lot more as the game progresses. They just don't want to give you these juicy numbers too early in the game.
What else are you looking at, Fred?
All right, let's go down to just the rest of the cards. So those are the kind of quick preview of the two games that are going on right now. We got the Pacers at your Knicks, and let me double check because it wasn't announced.
And we all know how Jay loves getting involved with Knicks games, and it starts in just over 10 minutes.
Wasn't announced.
Pacers are a pretty big favorite here for the road.
Just over 10. I wanted to originally grab the Knicks, but with TJ Warren playing, I don't want to go against the Pacers. He's a big part of this team. He's back tonight off of concussion protocol, so I don't know. Not too eager to get involved in that game now. Plus 7's a lot for a home team, but might be warranted with how bad the Knicks are. I see the Raptors moved all the way to 8.5. That's a 1-point move since this morning. I definitely don't want to lay 8.5, especially against the team with a strong young core like Phoenix. Phoenix is missing some big men. So Siakam and Gasol could go off. That might be an angle. Tyler and I discussed some props. I don't know if we'll get here in time for us to fully go over that, but maybe try and get the Raptors a little cheaper there because I don't want to lay the 8.5.
Yeah, have you bet any of the games that have already started yet?
No, because I wanted live spots on both these, and
well,
the match is probably going to be close.
What were your pre-flop thoughts on the Wizards and the Cavs?
Probably to take the Wizards, but I just didn't want to lay 6. I wanted to get it for cheaper just because I figured an opportunity would abound. Same with the Magic, it's like it's already up to 8.5. So want to try and get a lot of points in that Magic game because Dallas is definitely the better team. But being at home, I think they can keep it close and make a run here in the second half. If
you're going to get
this number
10 points soon, it's at 8.5 already.
Yeah, I don't want to jump the gun though. I think that we know how we talked about the runs being over. I don't know if the run is over yet. So
Dallas up 24-11 right now on Orlando. So the big number that you're thinking about trying to get on the Magic looks like a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. So 1 out of 2 on our targets for the early game. So that's really not a bad situation. We'll keep an eye in. Hopefully, like I said, we can buy in at the bottom there. 3:37 to go in the first quarter. I'm not too worried about this Magic number getting away from us.
Yeah, what'd the number close at? 4?
Probably. Magic actually took some money, which surprised me. I thought the public money was going to push it towards Dallas, but it was in between 4.5 and 4 all day. I don't know exactly what it closed at, but the money didn't flood in on Dallas like I thought it would.
All right, Phoenix, Toronto, you went over that, right? You touched that game?
Yeah.
Indiana, New York, the Knicks opened a 5.5-point favorite, currently 7 right now. The total is 212.5 now. Yeah, now 213. What were your thoughts on this game?
I'm going to stay away from right now. I don't even know if we'll enter. I was going to take the Knicks if TJ Warren is out, but since he's playing, I'm just going to go ahead and leave it alone. It seems about the right number.
Celtics in Minnesota. Celtics a 6.5-point favorite, opened up now 8, 7.5 at bookmaker, and the total is 226. Wow, who's out? That it went from 230 to 225.5 at bookmaker. That's got to be out, right?
I mean, Towns is out, but I thought they knew it. I thought that was baked into the line because he has like a broken wrist, and they've known that for a while. I'll double check and maybe see if like Russell's out, but I think that's just money coming in on the Celtics and on the under, just with the idea that with Towns out, it's basically the D'Angelo Russell show, and we saw how well that went in the Warriors when he's not surrounded by other talented players. So I'm thinking that's just public money moving it because I don't think they expect the Timberwolves to put up a lot of points, and I think the Celtics get a blowout here.
Well, I'm sure that Kemba Walker's day to day, but he's still ruled in.
Yeah, and he's out. No, he's out, and that was already in the morning time when that number was there. That was already pretty much known. He had his knee drained after the All-Star game, so it's not like it's a late scratch or anything. I actually think this is just public money, and people say, "Oh, fade the public, fade the public." I think the public's onto something here. I think Dallas is definitely the better team, and even though it's a road game, no fatigue. I mean, yeah, excuse me, Boston's the better team. No fatigue, first game after the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'm looking at the records right here. The Wolves suck at home just as much as they suck on the road. I mean, they're 7-20 at home, so yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, well, they're home. Well, who gives a shit because they suck there too.
Yeah, and it was like talking about it with my buddies this morning. We did a fun one. We're like, okay, who on this Timberwolves team could actually even crack the Boston rotation? Like, who would even get minutes? And we thought maybe 2 players besides D'Angelo Russell. So it's a definite talent mismatch there in Boston.
So you don't. If we take Boston now, we're taking the worst of the number, right?
Yeah. So we'll wait. I mean, hopefully Minnesota starts out good, and if it goes wire to wire, it goes wire to wire. But maybe we can get in a little cheaper.
What about Phoenix and Team Canada?
It's the same thing. Right? I mean, I'd like to get the Raptors at less than 8.5. So, but Phoenix is missing some big men, which is why that's such a big number.
On paper, shouldn't they just blow the doors off them, though?
Yes, but I mean, when you're like looking at the game, there is a lot of ways that Phoenix could keep this close and definitely cover. Devin Booker will probably be the most prolific scorer on the floor. And he's on Phoenix. Kelly Oubre is real good, and the offense runs well with Ricky Rubio. So definitely could see him keeping up. I wasn't even too anxious to jump at Toronto when it was 7.5. I always circled this as a live game where I hope that Phoenix comes out hot and we can get Toronto at a cheap number.
Denver is on the road in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City opened up a 1-point favorite. Line is 2 right now, and the total, not much movement. Opened up at 215.5 and is now 216. Bovada's hanging 216.5. What were your thoughts on the game in total here?
Yeah, so this is the one that I circled that I thought would be the most likely for us to do the plus money on both sides. With it closing, pretty close to a pick 'em. It should just be, 6-7 point lead on each side where we can get plus money. I lean Denver if we're picking pregame, but fortunately, since this is live line, we don't need to. So this is the one I kind of circled for the arbitrage opportunities.
Yeah, Sean says Denver rolls. What do you think? Who do you think wins the game spread?
I like Denver. I put a little in there on a pregame position, but I didn't really go for a lot. What's up? Go ahead, Ant.
What about some props on this one too? See any points or rebound props? Because we're looking at Jokic is 22.5 points. Do you think he goes over that?
Yeah, I do. We actually looked up Jokic's numbers against Steven Adams the past 2 or 3 times that they've played. And even though Adams is a strong man and a great post defender, the way that Jokic plays, it doesn't really bother him a lot. He doesn't rely necessarily on fighting for position. He's comfortable shooting even with not the best entry position in the post. So I do like the Jokic over at 22.5.
And Sean in the chat says he likes the Jokic over 6.5 assists.
Yeah, I mean, and Sean's got a good one there. Jokic is just they're going to run the offense through him, and while Adams is strong and a great rebounder, it is a prime matchup to just run the offense through him. So I think he's onto something here. Jokic has done really well against Adams. Past 3 games they played against each other.
San Antonio catching 7 on the road against Utah. Total 223.5. Utah's an interesting team, man. They went on that crazy run where they couldn't lose a game for a month, and ever since then they've been around 500. What do you think about them tonight?
Yeah, so the angle I looked at pregame here was the under. I'm not necessarily in love with it, so I didn't even make a move. But it's an idea that I'm looking at, especially if we get a hot start. you're right. They're both tough teams because the Spurs we had kind of counted them out and thought that they would, be the first year that they missed the playoffs. Then DeRozan gets hurt and they go to a more athletic defensive lineup. And, they're still able to make up for his scoring. So they've actually played rather better with DeRozan out. And they did really well going into the break. Utah is, like you said, they were tough to kind of gauge, right? They looked like the best team in the West there for a little while. Then they went on that little mini slump. Then they kind of came back, and that was even with Conley. And we had kind of pointed to Conley's, not fitting in well with the team. It looks like he's finally fitting in well, and him and Mitchell are getting some sort of a rapport there. So I like the under here, but I want to try and wait, and hopefully they get out to a hot first quarter and we can get a better number than the 223.
Lakers at home hanging 10.5 against Memphis, total 233.5. You think the Lakers just smash, or you think Memphis is good for a cover? What happened last night? Did Memphis end up winning that game?
No, they lost. It was, that's funny because that kind of fits into my handicap for this game. That game really wasn't very intense at all last night. Watching them, I mean, they were content with just moving up and down the floor, shooting their jump shots. It wasn't a very physical game. Memphis fell short, probably waited a little too late to turn it on. But boy, that Kings team was just shooting well from three, and they weren't necessarily closing out on the 3-point line like they normally do. But as that relates to tonight, that, off of back-to-back, you'd normally downgrade them. But that really wasn't that a physical game, and I'd like Memphis grabbing the points here. But this could be another spot, because the Lakers are already such a big favorite. If they get out to a lead, we can get maybe a way better number than this 10.5 that I'm seeing right now. So that was kind of my idea for that game.
Way better number on the Lakers or on Memphis?
Well, I guess you can go. I'm thinking you'll get a better number with Memphis because Lakers usually start quickly. So then maybe we might be able to get like a 16.5 with Memphis.
Last game of the night, Pelicans are in Portland. Obviously, the best player in the league over the last 7 weeks has been Damian Lillard. So, but the problem with Portland is if he doesn't go for 40.
Well, he's out. He's out tonight. That's why they're getting so many points at home.
Oh, I was going to say,
he sprained a groin. He got himself hurt.
Yeah, that's why he didn't play in the All-Star break, right?
Right.
How long? Do we know how long he's out for?
At least probably 3 to 5 more games.
Okay.
So I think this Pelican number is right. It was my article pick. I got it at 4 because I hit the opener. It's 5.5 now. I think the line movement is justified, but same thing, just because it's already, kind of a dead number, we can go ahead and wait before attacking it. But I do like the Pelicans here.
McCollum's a nice player who's more than capable of taking over a game, but it seemed like in that stretch when Lillard was going off, he had to score 35 a night in order for them to even be competitive. But I know McCollum was out for a part of that stretch. So
yeah, he was, and that's kind of what heightened Lillard's usage. And then when he came back, it was like, well, this is working. We might as well continue to go with it. One thing about McCollum, he's kind of like a smart player. He's not necessarily that selfish. So he didn't really have a problem with the reduced usage like maybe some other stars would. Another interesting look in that game is the Pelicans usually do well against the Blazers because Drew Holiday is such a good defender. He can shut down Damian Lillard. Now with Holiday's attention on McCollum, they could struggle to score here. So this might be the best number. It could be a wire-to-wire situation, but hopefully the Blazers do good at some point and we can get the Pelicans at cheaper than the minus 5.5.
That line was 4.5.
You said 10.5 is what you're looking at. Do you think it's still too early to jump on the Magic? Think we're going to get a higher number? Because right now they're at 12.5. You can grab the Magic.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on it right now, but I'm thinking we're getting pretty close to where I want to jump in. I was kind of going over all the games, didn't have my eye on there, but yeah, that's kind of good eye here, and
that's what I'm here
pretty
for.
Close to where, yeah. So I'll keep an eye on this one real quick, but yeah, I'm thinking I want to jump in here pretty soon.
All right.
All right. Well, we were able to arb a couple games last night, which was nice. One NBA game, one game in college. That's what I'm going to try to do again today in college, especially.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait until Tyler gets in here to see if there are any NBA props that he likes. Yeah, that Pelicans line opened up, I think, at 4.5, didn't it? It's 5.5 now.
Mm-hmm.
I got it at 4. I'd open at 4.
But
okay. There's no money coming in on Portland at all. It's really hard to, normally we like to do the little superstar subtraction theory, and that's the idea that the first game out, the teams play a little better with the increased usage and, everyone kind of rallying around to try and, pick things up. But just this matchup is just so tough for them.
So I do have a question, just bringing it back to this Nuggets Thunder game, because we did touch on a couple of props on there. You said you liked that Jokic over 6.5 assists prop. What juice would you be willing to bet it up to? Because obviously juice varies from book to book on these props.
Probably minus 120.
Okay. Yeah, mine's higher than that. So
yeah.
What about his point total? You said he likes 22.5. They're going to be running the offense around him.
Yeah, I actually grabbed it at Bovada at minus 105.
Who? CJ?
Jokic. I grabbed Jokic.
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you grab that, I'm going to hop in here there with you. I'm going to take that also.
Yeah, we can go ahead and make that one official, Jay, since that one's going to be harder for us to get in play.
What is it?
Jokic over 22.5 minus 105.
All right.
And what book did you get that juice at?
Bovada.
All right.
Minus 105. Yeah. Nick was asking about Bellator, which I think is tonight. Or it might be tonight and tomorrow, actually. But yeah, I saw that Miles Jury line, Nick, but I just thought that the juice was crazy to lay on Miles Jury. I think, anyway. Let me check. Let me make sure. I don't know. I don't even see that. I don't even see him on the board. Let me check another book.
Yeah, Dan Kelly points out to one that Tyler played on Twitter, but it happened before we got on air, and that's in this Magic game. He's got Fournier over 17.5 points.
Oh yeah, Miles Jury is minus 265. He may win, but that's just too much for me to get involved with him. Yeah, I looked at the Bellator card, and there really wasn't anything that I thought was worth getting involved in.
The Magic come back a few points. It's down to 9.5 now in this Magic game.
We'll keep an eye because,
who do you think wins the Dubai? You think
tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think Simona wins, but I think at that price, it's you got to go Rybakina or no play.
I'll tell you, she's playing really well, man.
Yeah, and she played a tough player that kind of plays a similar style in Martic today. Martic is kind of a defender and a retriever, and she was able to win the big points.
Yeah,
Martic. So I do see some similarity.
She had the opportunity to win both those sets, and she shit the bed.
Yeah. So that's one interesting aspect, though, because I don't think Simona will do that. Simona rarely gives away, opportunities to her opponents. So that will be a little tougher. But I just don't like laying that price there. I mean, the lay minus 225. It just seems like it's too much.
Her serve too has been on point this tournament.
Yeah, Simone is interesting because she's not that big, so she doesn't really dial it up as far as the miles per hour. But her placement's so good, it's just as effective. So,
Harry said, "Ant, you betting on Chelsea Tottenham tomorrow?"
No. Nah. I probably look to fade Chelsea. I mean, not fade Chelsea. I'm sorry, fade Tottenham. But no, I don't like the number. I don't like those odds. I don't like the spot for Tottenham, but I'm not interested in laying that number with Chelsea.
Were there anything that you looked at that you were betting tomorrow, soccer wise?
Not really. There's a bunch of favorites that I don't really want to bet favorite prices with, and a bunch of underdogs I'm not really wanting to take stabs on. I mean, you could probably grab Aston Villa like double chance. That interests me a little bit, but not enough to bet it.
So I pulled $8,000 out of FanDuel today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I left 2 in, but just in case there's a number that I can't get anywhere else. But yeah, I'm gonna go book hunting for a new one. Dave said I'll have 15 soccer plays for tomorrow. Keep an eye on my Twitter.
All right, Dave. Let us know what they are.
Dave, check your Telegram.
Your Telegram? What is this? The 1930s?
All right. Well, games are just starting to pop off in college basketball. So the live board is going to fill up more. Obviously, I didn't bet any college basketball pregame because I figured we would have had Max on the show, but that didn't work out. So we'll live bet the college basketball board. What's the premier game of the night in college basketball? Fridays are always small college basketball cards anyway.
It's nothing but MAAC and the it's all added board games, dude. You got Kent State and Buffalo, I would say, would be the premier game. I mean, I have Quinnipiac Canisius as a game that I'm able to live bet on my live bet board. So that kind of tells you how bad the card is when I got Quinnipiac Canisius as on my live bet board.
Yeah, exactly. VCU St. Louis is probably the biggest name, or maybe St. Mary's, but not even because it's
VCU St. Louis is probably VCU St. Louis is probably the biggest one. I would say probably. I mean, I haven't been watching the game, but just some of the things I know about the conference. Maybe Quinnipiac -4 on the second half. They're down 7 against Canisius. But these, I don't know. I don't know enough about that to bet it. I'm just saying these really tiny. Are they the MEAC or the MAAC? I can't remember what fucking conference that is.
So we'll live bet the NBA card. There are some really close lines though in college basketball where we should be able to at least have a shot at getting plus money on both sides.
Yeah. Buffalo must be down a lot from last year though, because they're down 11 right now to Kent State.
Yeah, they lost the best player on their team last year. He's in the NBA now. I think his name was Justin Wright Foreman. I could be wrong, but I think that's who I'm thinking of.
Okay.
He was a beast.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're a really good team last year.
You know, Gonzaga covered that full game number last night, Ant?
Yeah, I know. We told you. We told you
down
to take.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I watched the whole game.
Did you see how they covered where they were trying to dribble the ball out, and then the San Francisco guy knocked it out, and then they went ahead and just shot it?
Yeah.
I mean, God, you're holding a San Francisco ticket. That just
what a way to lose, bro. What a brutal beat. If
I mean, that's got it. It's like an all-timer.
If you had them plus 16.5,
and you're watching them dribble the ball out.
You wanted to throw up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to absolutely throw up. So I took that second half money line. So I won, but I could have took them on the spread also. And the second half spread was like 11.5. So I can't believe that they covered that full game number.
A 3-point shot with 2 seconds left. I was looking at it now. That's rough. That is rough. Gonzaga cracks me up. No, we told you to take them just minus 11 on the second half. That way you can get more money down on it. But you're like, I'll take them. We're like, oh, okay. The money line at halftime was still minus 170, wasn't it?
Minus 175.
Yeah. Clayton said he had San Francisco plus 17.5.
Oh, plus 17. Plus 17.5. Wow. I'll be right back, boys.
Magic,
all right, and hanging out with us. Yeah, no, I think we're gonna get a better price. I'm not too eager to jump in here. If we miss it, we miss it. But I don't want to jump in like right now at plus 10.5 or whatever. What are you seeing?
11.5. Yeah, I'm looking at 11.5.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling that it could be like 16 or 17 by halftime. So I'm gonna go ahead and we'll just keep an eye on that one.
This live total in the Wizards games all the way up to 246.
Yeah, you know what? Wizards overs are so easy. I don't know why I should have taken that pregame. I guess I couldn't have given it out because the game started before we went on. But
does it still go to 246? That's like what, 10 points above the close?
Yeah. Let's see. What do they have? 90 points here. They're on pace for. if they're at 93 points and they got a 25% more. 25% of 93 is going to be about 25. That means, I don't know. That seems like a pretty high total. At this point, I think you'd have to go under and just hope that it slows down. But I don't feel like betting under just for the health reasons there.
For your health.
Yeah, I think it's going to be I was saying, no, you don't want to take an under in a Wizards game, because, unless it's a lot of money, because the amount of money is not going to be equal to the amount of stress that's going to put you through. They put the ball up so quick in the shot clock. They can shoot well and they don't defend. It's just crazy.
This Pacers next game, 207.5 right now. That's a low total, but they're not scoring shit. It's 9-8 with 6 minutes left in the first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a good over candidate. I didn't have my eyes on that game. I went ahead and then switched over off the Wizards game to the Suns and Raptors on my second TV with the idea that maybe, keep an eye on this game. Phoenix came out smart. Definitely glad I didn't lay the 8.5 pregame. I think that there's going to be a chance if they keep playing this way that we'll get this at a much cheaper number.
Yeah, you could already grab it 7.5. So
yeah, so it's already lost a point. I think it was 6.5 at one point earlier when Phoenix was up by 3. But not a lot of scoring there in the first 5 minutes. But it's like I said, they have good wings and good perimeter play. And I don't know if Toronto's really built to take advantage of them missing their bigs. But DeAndre Ayton's playing, so. We'll see what it looks like when he hits the bench, and then that's where the bigs being injured is going to bother them. I mean, they got a great big right now as their starter. It's just all his backups that are out.
All right. And now we just got to wait for these next two games to start. And then this Thunder Nuggets game is actually going to be on ESPN, I believe.
Yeah, and that one should be fun. I think, like I said earlier, that's definitely our best chance to get plus money on both sides because the way it closed, we just need 6 or 7 point lead either way. And we should be getting close to hopefully that plus 140, plus 150.
All right. Looking at the chat, Dave is bragging about hitting a draw in soccer. Not that impressive, Dave. It's all you bet. Of course, you hit them occasionally. Got to give Dave a little shit there.
Yeah, right. Kate says I'm on Suns plus 8.5. I think if you played that game pregame, that was the only way to go there, Rye. I was a tad worried about the wire-to-wire blowout. That's not happening. So maybe jump in at a Raptors lower number on our end, and we can both win.
All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. And we're back.
Oh, good.
I got to tell you, I'm in a good mood right now.
You are?
I am.
Yeah. Hopefully,
just order dinner?
I know I'm in a good mood too. Hopefully, these bets keep me in a good mood.
Why do you always have to bring it back to me being slightly overweight? Why does it always go back to me having a couple extra pounds on me that maybe
I was just asking if it was
be there?
That wasn't a fat joke. I'm always happy when I just order dinner.
Okay, when a chubby guy says I'm in a good mood right now, the first person that makes a comment, it shouldn't be, "Would you order dinner?" You know what I mean, bro? It's a bad look.
Did you just rub one out in the bathroom?
I mean, that would have been really quick. That would have been really. I would have needed Cindy Crawford in the bathroom.
Like currently or back in the 80s?
Currently, bro. Or Oprah. Oprah's fine.
Money makes you prematurely go.
Big fan of Oprah.
It's some money, right?
That $1 billion vagine, bro.
Wow.
Joe Gomez, UFC fight picks. Yeah, tomorrow Dave and I will let you guys know what we're on. I still have like a lot of the prelims to watch tape on tonight. But luckily for me, my sleep schedule is like 11 a.m. to like 4 p.m. So I'll be up all night doing that. Jimmy's show is canceled ? I have no idea, buddy.
Did you see that?
No.
SBR just put out a tweet.
Oh, really?
Today was his last show. Yeah, check the chat, the Twitter chat.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We have to inform you that there will be no more Jimmy the Bag Show on SBR moving forward. We would like to thank Jimmy for everything he has done for us over the past few years and wish him all the best in his next ventures. Wow. Well, unfortunately, all good things come to an end sometimes. Jimmy's a rock star, so I'm sure that he will land on his feet moving forward and kill it no matter where he is. So yeah,
Magic are plus 15.5 now spread.
Yeah, and they're down by 18?
16 is 56-40.
Yeah, Markelle Fultz just dumped it in there.
Yeah. That is confirmed too. Jimmy and SBR have mutually parted ways, and wish him nothing but the best moving forward. So there you go. There you go. Jimmy's a good guy, man. I'm sure he'll do great things in the industry. Twatty Latte in the house. Capper Investments keep. Twatty, where you been, bro? Haven't seen you post a comment in this chat in a year. Dave and Cal said, I said it from the start. It's all good, man. That's life sometimes, you know? I'm sure SBR will kill it moving forward, and I'm sure Jimmy will kill it moving forward. All right, spread. I got to make some money tonight, bro. All right. Anthony's talking about my weight. Like,
no, I asked if you ordered dinner.
If I'm gonna sit here and I'm
gonna people eat food too, motherfucker.
If I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna be berated by one of my close friends, I would at least like to make it, profitable. You know what I mean? Because I think I'm owed that.
Well, the Nuggets game's about to start.
Yeah. I hope Bernie Sanders doesn't win the Nevada caucus. How about that?
Oh, wow.
I bet you that's more hurtful.
A real personal
that's more hurtful than a fat joke.
What?
Oh, yeah. It would have hit even harder.
What did you say about Bernie Sanders and the caucus? I heard you say something about that, but I was busy reading the chat. I didn't.
How dare you? Now you don't even pay attention to me anymore? I don't even know who you are, bro.
I stopped paying attention to you when I realized you never paid attention
to me. He hasn't been paying attention for a while.
Yeah. Like, I would give a breakdown of a game, and then, like, literally 3 minutes later, you'd ask me about the game. And I'm like, did you, like, literally not, like, listen to me? And you go, oh, no, I don't listen. So I'm like, okay, well, fine. Turns out fair play then.
I did see your message, though. I did see your message. Bernie's up to minus $15. That's a good sign for you.
Yeah, that's what happens when all the latest polling has you a double-digit lead. Like, once you're a double-digit lead in the polls, you're well beyond the margin of error, and it's basically a foregone conclusion. They'd have to do some massive fuckery to keep him from winning the caucus. Although caucuses are different than primaries, so it's a little more complicated than that, but still, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. All right. I haven't paid attention to the live board at all for the last 10 minutes, so I'm going to do that now. Wizards up 59-47 right now against the Cavs. Wizards offense is pretty good, huh? Spread it. They just play no defense.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story of that team. Although they kind of got that reputation while their big men were out. And now, they're starting to become healthy. They played about a week healthy before the All-Star break. And, they're looking better. They, it's funny, I was joking around, the Rockets, are playing small ball by choice. They didn't really have a choice. All their bigs got injured. And I think everyone except for Ian Mahimni, or however you say his name, is back now. And that makes it a lot easier for the defenders to have a big guy there protecting the rim if you get beat off the dribble.
Dallas currently up 62-50.
Yeah, we might have missed that. What did we have, Ant? What was it, 16.5?
Yeah, it's 15.5. That's why I'm like rubbing my eyes right now because I'm frustrated that the line's plummeted 4 points already on the Magic. I'm gonna pull a J and go, what have I done not making all this money?
Wait,
we'll see. I mean, who knows if even we'll wait till the game ends before we lament lost money. Plus, we might have a chance to get back. I really don't mind waiting, and we got the whole halftime to kind of check things out here. I was hoping the Mavericks would go on a little run to end the half here. That didn't happen. The Magic were the one who were able to put the runs on. So I don't know. Now we go to the tough decision, and it's basically, do we want to just try and grab the Magic at halftime, or because it'll probably be pretty close from what I've seen now. It's going to be pretty close to whatever the margin is, or just maybe think that the Mavericks go on a little run. I think third quarter is the best time to try and exploit these live lines. So we'll talk about it a bit at halftime.
Is Zion off the minutes restriction now?
Yeah. Yeah, he's playing pretty much whatever he wants. He's getting, about 33, 34 a night, which is probably about right for a young player of his size. So
what is he?
There's no minutes restriction at all.
What do we know?
I'll double check, but Tyler and I were already looking at his over. Basically with the idea that that's going to be a tough matchup for them. We were trying to say, we're like, well, who's going to guard him? Is it going to be Trevor Ariza? Or is it going to be Hassan Whiteside? Because, Ariza's too slow and Whiteside's too slow. Right now he's averaging 22 points a game. And I think that's what the number is at tonight. Me and Tyler were actually talking about his over when we were talking earlier, getting ready for the show.
King Weasel wants to know why he's getting Bloomberg commercials on his illegal streams he's watching these NBA games on.
I mean, how would we know that?
I just think it's funny because the guy's spent $400 million on ads. So it's like you can't even avoid his ads.
Isn't that like me spending $40 on an ad though?
Yeah.
That's not like,
Yeah, when you could just spend $400 million on a whim. Yeah, if you had $500 in your bank account and you bought a sandwich for $10, you spent more of your net worth on that sandwich than Michael Bloomberg did on spending $400 million on ads.
Yeah,
that's insane.
So
I wish I had that amount of money. I'd give it away.
What's up, Gerardo? So now I guess Zion off the restriction he's a 20-10 guy now, right, Spread?
Oh, yeah. Seems to be that way. And, it's a fun stat about him because, the minute restriction, but he was still doing so well. For rookies, he's averaging the second highest points per minute played. If you just average his points for the amount of minutes he's played, the only one higher is Wilt Chamberlain. So he's been doing pretty well to start the season. And, that's what's fun about the NBA is some of these older, more well-known stars are reaching the twilight of their careers. I mean, we just got a bunch of guys coming in that are real talented and exciting. And Zion Williamson is definitely one of those guys.
Yeah.
All right, and it's 11 and a half at halftime.
All right, well, the Knicks.
With a full game on the Magic. Oh, yeah, the Knicks. Yeah, down to -3.5 if you like the Pacers there. But, I'm just saying I'm not really too excited to jump in on that yet. Yeah, that's why, a lot of people liked Indiana today, and I was staying away from that. I kind of, if you made me play it pregame, I would have taken the Knicks. But, yeah, I mean, since you're not making me play it, I don't want to bet on the Knicks.
The Magic are still +11 full game.
Yeah, I saw that. So I think I'm going to wait, and we'll just try and hit it maybe right after their Mavericks run, because we know they're going to go on a run in the third quarter. So that's when we'll try and target that game.
What about the total? The second half total is 108.5. The team totals are 54.5 for the Magic and 53.5 for the Mavericks.
Yeah, doesn't that seem pretty low for Dallas after scoring 64 in the first half?
It does, but I've been burned. I've been burned on that before.
Yeah.
I took a low second half total.
Definitely.
Because I was like, they scored 65 in the first half. Of course they'll score 55 in the second half. And then they score 49, and I'm like an asshole. So, I don't know. But you're right. It does seem kind of low.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the number. I think the number closed at like 221 for the full game, and it's about 224 right now. So I could see why they're, probably just adjusting it to whatever the team total closed at. I guess I could figure it out on a -4 game if it closed at 220. That means that they think the score would be what, 112 to 108. So yeah, about right.
How much time is in that Buffalo game? The second half
just started the second half.
Yeah, well, they're down 6 and plus $2.
You could have got it like plus 350 earlier in the first half.
I mean, if my grandfather had balls, he'd be whatever. He does have balls, but you get it.
Yeah, I understand you were trying to make a comment and you fucked it up, but I get what you were trying to say.
Yeah, well, I mean, is it out of the realm of possibility that they can't grab a 3-point lead?
Well, the Pacers are down. Do we think the Pacers cover 3.5?
It's a Knicks game, bro. You got to talk the spread. My money's
like
not
I was
going near
talking to you.
My fucking money's not. I'll tell you that.
I mean, do they probably? But yeah, it's just such a weird spot.
Basically, you don't want to put your money on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the ideal situation you look for the pregame, and that's the Knicks to get out big early. But the Pacers have been kind of disappointing since
I'm just trying
since Oladipo came back.
I'm just trying to find another play for the chat, but I think we're being disciplined here. We're not forcing anything, now we only have like one play so far.
That's fine, though, because they're going to flood in here pretty soon, I think, because we got the Denver game that just started. Remember, we're looking for a 7-point lead or an 8-point lead or whatever gets us to plus 150 either way in that game. And I do want to pull the trigger here on the Magic at some point. But like I said, that little run, they ended on the run, so we're going to wait for the Mavericks run to go ahead and hit that back.
Somehow the Knicks took the lead is still 3 points, but now the Pacers are -4.5, 5.5 now.
It's probably just money coming in right at the end of the first quarter, right? I mean,
there's 11:18 left in the second quarter. I mean, the second quarter's been going on for about a minute.
Right, because most people, right? Let's say that like we had circled that game, like we circled the Magic game, and we're like, we want to take the Knicks. We want to take the Knicks. We're not going to jump in with less of a number, right? Than what we could have got pregame. We probably just wouldn't bet it, right? Like if I told you we're going to get the Knicks at double digits, right? I mean, we just would lay off the game. So I'm assuming that live they're only absorbing Pacers money right now.
Yeah, Jokic scores the first 4 of the game, I think.
Yeah, like I said, that's a pretty good matchup for him against their traditional center. That's kind of how he grew up playing, is that Euro style post up ball. So Adams doesn't trouble him like maybe some other players that rely on strength and athleticism a little more. And what station's that on? I'm going to go ahead and throw that one on. Is that ESPN?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So it's the one game where you don't need
I had the Raptors on, but I don't know if we're going to get
NBA TV or anything like that to watch.
Yeah. And it's actually a fun game, too, with how well the Thunder have been playing this year. Great guard play. And like I said, 2 real big traditional centers. I like this game a lot, just from a fan's perspective.
King Weasel does reinforce the fact in the chat that we should not force a play. There we go.
We do not do that, my friend.
Oh,
we do.
Question though, we do have a halftime here. Wiz and Cavs. It's 66-61. Wizards with the lead. The second half spread is -1.5 for the Wizards. So they're basically giving you -7.5 on the Wizards, or -6.5 for the Wizards full game. The total though. The total is 117.5, and both team totals are below 60. Do you think one of these teams gets to 60 or both of them hit 60 again?
If I were to attack that total from an over perspective, I'd probably just play the full way I don't know if I would count on both teams there. The thing I'm worrying about here is Cleveland kind of falling off after a nice little run. If we were going to make a play on this game, I would just go ahead. And I actually lost a point while we were talking. I watched it go from 6.5 to 7.5 there, and now it just got taken off the board. So they're probably absorbing a lot of Wizards money right now. But that was the way that I would be looking there. I think Cleveland. Oh, it came back to 6.5.
I was about to say I could take the Wizards 6.5 right now. So I don't. Would you take that, or is that just, or are you just forcing a play if I'm going to take that?
No, I kind of liked it from what I saw in that game right now. Almost similar to the Magic game. The Cavaliers put their run on right before halftime. While we were talking about most of the games, that line was hovering between 10 and 12 most of the first half. So let's go ahead and we'll get it started now. We'll put that one on the board and make the Wizards minus 6.5 full game of play.
Wizards minus 6.5. At what number?
What did I get? Did I get minus? Yeah, minus 110. I'm going to get some more water. I'll be right back.
He left to go grab water right when I was going to grab some more beer. So I guess I'll keep you company till he gets back, Jay.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that.
So you're in a good mood, huh? I'm in a good mood too. I'm tired though, but I'm always tired.
Got my little kid here for the weekend. Anytime my little kid's here, I'm in a good mood. So the Zion rebound prop is 8.5 tonight. I wanted to see like how he has been doing since the minutes restriction was lifted. 32-6 in his last game before the break. The game before that, he went for 31-9. The game before that, he went for...
Man, World Rank says Quinnipiac came all the way back.
The game before that, he didn't play, actually.
And which player are you talking about?
I wanted to see what Zion has been doing like the last 8 games since the minute restriction was lifted.
Okay. I got that for you right now. 32, 31, 21, 20, 21, and 24.
What about his rebounds?
6, 9, 4, 7, 10, 6, 9, and 11.
So he's gone 8.5 free 3 out of the last 8 games.
Yeah.
He was basically averaging 20 to 21 points, with the exception of his last 2 games where he exploded for 32 and 31. First of all, how is the rebounding on Phoenix? Who's the rebounding threat?
For Phoenix or Phoenix. For no, they're playing Portland.
Who are they playing? Oh, okay, Portland.
They're playing Portland.
Yeah.
So who's the main rebound threat is Whiteside, one of the best rebounders in the league. Averages top of my head 14 to 15. Carmelo is actually not a bad rebounder, not as good as he used to be. He was a really good rebounder. I think that was an underrated part of his game when he was out there with you on the Knicks. Now with a little less leaping ability, he's not the same, but still a fairly good rebounder and real good with his fundamentals and boxing out. And then Ariza, who'll probably matched up a lot too, is pretty good about boxing out his guy too. So I'm not too. I'd actually look at the points more because I think that they would have more problems stopping him from scoring. I think they'll do a better job of keeping him off the glass.
What about taking the under? If he's only gone
on the rebounds,
if he's only gotten 9 or higher 3 of the last 8, and he wasn't going up against one of the best rebounders in the game in Whiteside, plus 2 competent rebounders in Melo and Ariza, who are also there, you think maybe it's not an automatic that he's not going to grab 9 tonight?
Yeah, I mean, that's almost one of the things that we forget to do, right? If we don't take an over, we should actually take a long, hard look at the under, and I think you've got a good idea here.
Where have the majority of his points been coming from, spread? Is it all paint around the rim? Or well, I know we had that 3-point explosion, right? The first game that we saw. But aside from that, are all his points coming in the paint? Like Whiteside's going to be in the paint all game long. Is it an automatic that he's going to go over 22.5 tonight?
Yeah, no, it's definitely not an automatic. I mean, I think the number's about right. But like I said, so let's say you have me play him. I'm playing over on the points though, and under on the rebounds, and just the idea that he's so much quicker than Whiteside, he should be able to get position fairly easily. I don't know if they'll even put Whiteside on him because he's too slow. If they did try and put Whiteside on him straight up, he would probably try and go out on the perimeter a little more and just get around him and get to the rim. Most of his points, though, I mean, Lonzo's loving it. Like, imagine, it almost looks like a quarterback with like Calvin Johnson or someone. He's just throwing up lobs and letting Zion get position and just working it from there. And actually, Lonzo's a pretty talented passer, so it's worked out pretty well. Most of his points have been coming in the paint. He likes kind of short to mid-range post-ups as well. But he's not afraid if he doesn't get position to turn around and attack the guy facing him. So, pretty good paint presence. I don't know if Whiteside's going to be able to slow him down. I think he'll be too slow. I think that Zion will be able to figure out ways around that. And I think they'll try and keep Ariza and Carmelo on him, or maybe Labissiere if he's playing.
What with Whiteside being in that paint all night leads me to think like Zion under props tonight. I don't know. You know better than I, but that's what
I mean, and actually now that you think about it, I think of everything we've discussed, the 4 options there, the safest is under on the rebounds. I think under on the rebounds is more likely to hit than over on the points.
Yeah, what about under on the points? You feel better about under on the rebounds?
Yeah, because like I said, they are going to be advantage matchups that they might be trying to look at. Like, I think Ariza is going to have a lot of problems either way. I think Ariza is going to not be able to get him to get position down low. I think Zion will be able to get to where he wants, and if he needs to, he can move out a little farther and just attack him off the dribble. So I think it's just too good a matchup to try and take under on the points. But I do like your idea on the rebounds.
So let's make that apply. What's the best number? Did we get under 9? Do you see a 9? I'm looking
right now. Let me start with 5 dimes right now. Do they not even put up Zion props here on 5 dimes? Wow. Okay. Let's head over to Bovada.
That's weird because isn't it a nationally televised game, or is the Laker game the one that's on ESPN?
No, it's the Pelicans game.
Yeah, that's odd. See what we could see.
Yeah, I don't see that spread at either book. Do you see it on any of your books?
All 3. Well, so far I checked 2 of my books. They have him at 8.5 rebounds. Under though plus 110. Points wise, they have him at 22.5. Let me check Bet365, see what they got.
Yeah, Bovada, unless I missed it and I scrolled past it, I only see rebounds and assists. So check Bookmaker here. But Bookmaker's actually one of the worst for props, I think.
Joker's at 7 now, guys. Come on, baby. Are we going to count down those points?
Yeah, all 3 All three of my books have 8.5 rebounds.
Connor, don't say that. Connor in the chat trying to mush us. Don't be a mush, Connor. Love you, buddy. By the way,
I'm
why
seeing
do we have
8.5 too on Bookmaker, and it's actually plus 104. So I don't mind taking that at all. I like getting a little plus money there.
Steven in the chat wants to know about -7 on New Orleans.
Well, you could have got 4.5, right? Spread.
Yeah, we're gonna wait and try and hit that one live.
Yeah, I would say that's a really
headline
number,
especially on the road. I don't want to lay 7 on the road. Like, I spent a couple minutes talking about why I like the Pelicans there, but still, that's a lot of points for a team that traditionally does really well at home. So, yeah, I would not take that. We'll try and get live, and like I said, worst case, you just don't get involved in the game.
So our good friend JJ would be proud of this move. Only a true alpha drinks a strawberry beer.
If you say so.
That is a alpha move, buddy. That's an alpha move right there. All you betas, take notice.
So, spread.
I just read one of his tweets. He was talking about drinking some foo-foo bullshit, and it cracked me up. But that's what he does every time. That's how he excuses his foo-foo drinking. Alpha. I love that guy.
You want to make Zion under 8.5 rebounds at plus 110 a play?
Yeah, I bet it myself. So let's do it.
All right. We don't take a ton of unders, but I mean, I think it's warranted.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking that, right? A lot of times we do that, right? We go, oh, we're not going to take the over there, and then we just kind of pass it over, and we don't even, consider, taking the under when we've just gave 3 or 4 reasons why we don't want to take the over.
Zion Williamson under 8.5 rebounds at what, plus 120?
Plus 110.
Is that? I got plus 105.
Oh, that's a good number.
Alrighty.
Dustin says, if an alpha drinks strawberry beer, consider me Miles Davis. I like it.
Hey, it's delicious.
We all have our opinions.
Dave Betts says, I love this show. How can I support you guys for all the free winning tickets you give out? I mean, you can get on. We have an open slot right now, Dave.
Dave Betts is a trusted member of the Sports Gag.
Well, are you and Dave going to give us some winners tomorrow in that, what do they call that thing? MMA fighting? Where guys go punchy and shit?
Yeah, the guys will be going punchy, Ant. That is true.
Yeah, so is that...
Are you excited about that card tomorrow, Jay? Is it a good card?
No, I'm not really excited about it, no. I am looking forward to the main and co-main, though. I think there'll be good fights. But we'll try to squeeze as many pennies as Dave and I can out of it. That's for sure. And then we got, you know what I'm excited for? And you guys know I'm not a boxing guy, but I am kind of excited for that Fury Deontay Wilder rematch. I mean, I've been put on record many times saying, if guys are going to fight, they shouldn't have pillows on their hands, right? But I am kind of excited to watch that rematch, though. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's fantastic. It's got everything you want fighting, right? And that's the storyline to go along with the high-quality combat. So, great story. You got a British champion, outspoken. He's a lot of fun. Showed up to one of his press conferences. I think it was against Klitschko, dressed up as like Batman. Fury's always doing wild stuff. And then you got Deontay Wilder, who's a great personality on his own. and really brought some excitement back to the heavyweight division. And I was talking to Al Mack today about it, and I said I think I could say safely, Wilder has the worst technique of any heavyweight champion I've ever seen in my lifetime. I'm sure because they were so good back then, it's probably of all time, but he's also maybe the hardest hitter I've ever seen in my lifetime since Tyson. So it's a fun combination.
Oh, Celtics are still 8.5 live right now.
Yeah.
Wow, the Magic line's plummeting, dude. They're only down 8. Oh, that was good.
Yeah. So we'll grab the next little Mavericks run here. I think Jay froze up on us, huh?
Well, it's that typical New Jersey internet.
Yeah. So it's the Anton spread show now.
He has a Ethernet router, or he has an Ethernet cable, but for some reason, no matter how many times he freezes up on us, he doesn't get the goddamn Ethernet plugged in. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I told him a million times.
You
settled back. What's up, Jay?
Perfect rotation says 10-ounce gloves are not pillows. Have you ever been hit before? I've been hit way too many times in my life. My uncle owns the oldest roadhouse in the state of New Jersey, so I have fought way too many bikers than I should have in my fucking lifetime, because I bounced at that bar for a decade. Yeah, 10-ounce gloves. I mean, I guess whatever.
Dude, you get rocked. You get rocked with someone wearing boxing gloves. It still drops you, dude. They actually say it's even worse.
I've been knocked out, bro. There's a shot I could have CTE. I have been CTE. Knocked out by some of the biggest men that you can comprehend. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Like, I'm a tough guy. I've done my share of ass kicking, but I've also done my share of getting my ass beat by some big bikers. And 10-ounce gloves are pillows, bro. Come on.
Hey, Ann, I want to jump in now on our arbitrage opportunity. I see plus 170 for the Nuggets. I went ahead and made it a play, and hopefully this is the end of the run, and they can come back and we can get plus money on both sides. So I'm Nuggets plus 170.
All right, I'm taking it.
What are you taking?
Nuggets up your ass.
I don't think there's any nuggets up my ass.
Nuggets, we're taking Jay. This is for the arbitrage possibility. Nuggets plus 170.
Oh, okay. Nuggets plus 170. That sounds. Now they were the favorite, though, right?
No, I think they closed it plus 1.
Dustin says, Jay, based on your experience, I believe you are somewhere between 30 to 95 years old.
Yeah, I'm 30. I'm 39. Yeah, from 20 to 30, I lived in my uncle's bar, bouncing, and then I fucking fell off at 30 for ladder, changed. So the Nuggets will have to be up by how many, you think, to get plus money?
6 or 7 to get at least plus 150 the other way.
That's definitely doable.
Yeah, I think so too. So, and we should have pulled the trigger on the Magic. And I wasn't going to bring it up. We're getting greedy there. It was 10.5. Now it's down to plus 3.5.
10.5, motherfucker. It was like 15.5 at one point.
I know. Well, okay.
I saw 16... it at 15.5 and I didn't grab it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that one I actually kind of missed, and I thought it might go back the other way. And now, oh well.
Oh well, we'll work it out. We'll survive. Let's not be Jays here, where we just cry about a bet that we didn't make for the rest of the night.
Eric Roses in the chat. Eric Roses, do you have a pick for tomorrow, Fury or Wilder? I know you put it in before, but since we were talking about it recently, you can throw your pick in the chat, please.
Jerry Jones is asking about soccer. I don't really know if I like much soccer tomorrow. I was looking at the Premier League, didn't really like a whole lot of that. And yeah. Probably my most successful league to bet is La Liga, and I haven't really found any opportunities I want to take in that tomorrow either. Oh, there's only 4 games in that, so it's not like there's too many things. And I also just want to stay off Serie A too. So
Sumner says the Nuggets will not come back. How about that? Sumner calling shots. I mean, that is definitely the risk that you run when you're trying to get that plus money on both sides. Sometimes it never comes back the other way. Now they're plus 2.25 down 10.
Don says Sumner wrong. Ooh, we got some disagreement in the chat. I like that. Sudhead not. Some guy in the chat says Nuggets are going to win outright.
I think it's Sudansu.
Okay.
Did I get it right?
I don't know.
Put in the chat if I got it right. Sudansu.
SK, how about that? You're right, sir. I can't pronounce it.
I'm going to take a shot.
Right. You said you got it right, Fred.
Oh, cool.
Sudhansu? I want to remember that.
I'm going to take a shot. I certainly might not. It might not come back the other way, and if it happens, I'll eat the unit. But there are 11 and a half minutes left in that Kent State Buffalo game. Buffalo is down 4 and plus 210 right now on the money line. I'm going to grab them at plus, but maybe I'll be able to get plus money on the other side.
For which game, Jay? You broke up a little bit.
Buffalo, Kent State.
He's taking Buffalo plus 200 to win.
That's not bad, down by 4, huh?
Robert Allen wants to know if your power is out.
I mean, Jay. If they can grab... No, but, last night after the show, we stayed on. And my internet, and it's been really good the last 6 weeks. Why? Are there power outages in New Jersey right now? Is Robert Allen in Jersey?
No, he's just making a comment about how choppy you've been the last 20 minutes. Probably need to start running that Ethernet cord up through there.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to just have a cord on my floor when I'm doing this show.
The horror of it all.
I think Al Mack is on Fury tomorrow. We'll have Al on. He's actually handicapping the undercard right now. I was just talking to him to give out some plays for tomorrow. So tomorrow should be a fun show.
Is it a good undercard? Let me look up the undercard. I'll be honest, I haven't even looked at the undercard. And lately, one of the problems that boxing's had is they know that everyone will buy the fight just for the main event. And then some of the undercards are just terrible. Just And that's me being old, get off my lawn. But the old, like, people talk mess about Don King, but he used to stack those pay-per-views back in the day. You'd have like solid title fights as an undercard fight, not just showcases. But I'm going to see who's on the undercard and see if I know any of these fighters.
Good old Don King. Hey, did you tell my play on the Mets to win the World Series?
I'm not even going to justify that with the response.
So you did?
No, Anthony.
Okay.
What an ugly looking college basketball slate tonight. A lot of close games, though. 63-62, Brown over Columbia. Niagara down 2 against Fairfield. Quinnipiac against Canisius. That's a 5-point game.
Good luck capping this undercard. Wow. I'll be interested to talk to Al and see what he can find. I mean, Eric Rosas could probably help me out here. Maybe there's some value. Charles Martin being the undercard is kind of funny. Who did
I see a lot of good.
I was just gonna ask if Eric's still in the chat to remind me who Charles Martin lost to over in England after he kind of lucked his way into an IBF eliminator because somebody dropped one. And then he went over there and he showed up and he, did the huge entrance or whatever and got knocked out in the first round.
Twatty, don't bring that Mets win 90 games bullshit over here. I already got to hear this kid. All right.
What? They've been a good team for a better part of half a decade. Like, why are you shocked?
You know what it is? You guys, because both of you are rational baseball handicappers. You cannot be rational when it comes to the Mets, bro. They fail spectacularly every year.
You mean the last 2 years when I won their season win total overs?
I mean, first of all, you won it on the last day in an
Hold on. Yeah.
Settle the fuck down.
When you said,
okay?
First of all, because it won. So
yeah, you're talking like they blew by their win total. You got assy on the last day of the year in extra innings, right? That's how you won that. But you're talking about You're talking about a team that blew a 7-game lead with 17 games to play at one point in the last 15 years. Like they're not good at playing baseball. They're not good. You can't be rational. Take the rationale out of it. All right? You heard?
They got a lot of talent, dude.
I'm sure they do, which makes their failure even more epically devastating to their fan base.
Well, I got a win band for them, or a band of win probabilities for them, and their highest probabilities is right between 86 to 90 wins. Their floor is 80 wins. 81 wins is their floor. They have maybe a 5% chance of only winning 80 games.
Connor, we will definitely have a baseball future show, and I'll try to get Twatty on, maybe JJ, and they could break down all the baseball futures that they're on. I can tell you one that I won't tail though.
The Mets to win the World Series?
The Mets season win total over.
Oh, I didn't bet it. I bet them to win the World Series, but I'm not betting their win total over. It's 86.5, which is right in their which is right where I have their band of most highest probabilities at. Their highest probabilities being 85 to 90. So it being right at 86.5. If it was at 84.5, I'd take the over, but at 86.5, I have to stay off of it. But yeah, I think they win 85 to 90 games, and I think I think their ceiling is mid 90s. I think if everything goes right for them, they could get 95 wins. If everything goes wrong, they'd be an 80 win team. That's how baseball works sometimes. King Weasel, this is not Stella. It is Lucky Buckets Belly Flop Strawberry Blonde Lager.
Wow.
Lucky Buckets.
That's
Lucky
it.
Bucket
It literally sounds like a vagina is trying to break through the inside of that can.
Well, I mean, sure. Robert Allen wants to know about exhibition baseball. I have never bet a spring training game. So, King Weasel, it is a blonde lager flavored with strawberry. It's actually really good.
Uh-oh. My boy Bigger Colts fans asking you about the A's win total.
Pass.
All right, let's say you just had to. Let's say I said $100, but you have to bet it. Which way would you go?
Honestly, I think 85 to 90 is where they'd land. I don't see there being any value in betting.
That means the majority of your range is on the under then, huh? Since it's 89.5?
Yeah, but there's not enough of a range for me to take the under. I do think – you're talking about a team that's won 97 and 99 games the last two seasons. So,
yeah.
But, I think – I really like the A's. I still think they're really good. Last year, the season win total on the A's over was my biggest season win total play of the season. But it was because it was 83.5, and I thought they were going to win 90 games. And they wound up winning 98 games. I think 98 is the scenario where if everything goes right, they win 98 games. I just think 89.5 is accurate. It's just a really accurate line. 85 to 90, I think they definitely could win 93, 94 if everything goes right. I just don't see enough value taking either side. I think they're a pretty good team. They should compete. They have an outside chance at the division, but I think they'll wind up in the wild card with the Rays. I would say my preseason prediction would be Rays, A's wild card game.
A lot of guys in the chat talking about the Wilder fight. I wrote, interesting to know what they think. I read an article, I think it was a Sports Illustrated article talking about the fight. And they said for somebody that is undefeated, like Deontay Wilder is, he has been down in on the scorecards in an incredible amount of fights, but has always got the job done with a knockout later in fights. That at least that was the guy's angle on Sports Illustrated that I was reading.
And that's dead on.
I don't know.
That's dead on.
That's dead on
there, Jay? Yeah, it's dead on. Like I said earlier, some of the worst technique you've ever seen.
Do you think he has to knock Fury out or he loses?
No, because he didn't knock him out last time, and it was a draw.
But like all the boxing analysts said, Fury won that fight.
Yeah, and I agree too. But at the same time, yeah. I think if it goes to the cards, Fury's more likely to win. I don't know if they would do two draws. Again, obviously, they're not thinking that way. But if any sport is rigged, it's the sport of boxing. Yeah, but no, If it was only like a 3-round amateur fight, like I think Fury would destroy him. He's just a way better boxer. But he's got to last 12 rounds in there against the hardest hitter we've seen probably since George Foreman or Mike Tyson.
Yeah, so I wonder if the angle is like you take Fury by decision at plus money and you take Wilder by knockout at plus money and split the baby.
I don't think. Let me check though. I think that they're so on to you there. I don't even know if you're going to get a lot of profit by doing it that way.
Oh, okay.
Do the Pacers blow out the Knicks here?
I mean, they're the Knicks.
Are they, or do they?
Do they? They're up 6. The full game spread now is 8.
Jonathan Nelson said,
so you can do good on the Fury wins by 12-round decision. It's plus 230, but when you come back for Wilder inside the distance, it's only plus 120. So that's where it gets tough there. Yeah.
Connor said Fury's eye got messed up last fight. If he gets cut tomorrow, watch out. It took 45 stitches. Yeah, I actually saw in an interview he said that eye split open 4 times during his training camp. So that's not good.
Oh, really?
Man. Yeah, because it is right above his eye. Like if blood starts pouring out of that, I mean, he's not even going to be able to see.
Yeah.
Oh, he was joking, but the boxing scene says. Yeah, I'm not a boxing guy, man. Like I make my living capping MMA. So I'm not really a boxing guy, but I just saw him say that in an interview. But reading from people that like know what they're talking about, they all said Wilder has been down on most fights that he's got knockouts in later rounds, and he probably needs a knockout to win or he loses on points. Kent State plus 135, plus money for the first time. Now it's down to plus 1.
Buffalo took the lead.
Yeah, it's only plus 115. If I can get plus 150, I'll tap out. I'll take that free.
And let's hit it right now. Plus 11.5 in the Magic game. I got plus 1.5, 11.5 at minus 120.
All right, I got 11. I got 10.5.
Oh, okay.
I got 10.5
Magic
down.
plus 11.5.
The Wizards need to pull away here. I mean, what are we laying?
Yeah.
We're laying 6.5. Well, they're up 4.
Yeah, we got
6.5. So.
Yeah, we got the whole fourth quarter. I'm not really too worried about that one yet.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it necessarily. I'm just saying I like my bets to be runaway winners. I just wish they were up by 20, so I didn't have to care.
Okay. Well, what sucks is it's the NBA though, so even if they were up by 20, we'd still have to care.
There's a question here. Do we bet on NCAA baseball? I bet on the College World Series every year. I don't bet it until the College World Series. The lines aren't readily available in a lot of books until the College World Series starts up.
Yeah, but you don't even cap it though. You just bet the under on every game, don't you?
I cap it, but I also blindly bet the under on every game College World Series.
That worked out last year. I mean, that it was
worked out.
How many games went over? Like
it
one
works
or
out,
2 games the entire.
It works out every year. Last year was the most. I think last year was it last year, the year before when it went like 14 for 16 to the under. I can't remember.
Last year, yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Yep, I remember.
Yeah, you just blindly bet the under in every game, no matter what, and it hits like 60% over since they moved to TD Ameritrade Park.
Plus 155. All right, I'm getting out. Kent State plus 155. I'll put it in the chat. Boom, plus money. That's how you do it. Cash it.
How many points do we got from Jokic yet, guys?
He was at 11 last time I looked.
Yeah, same here, but I haven't watching the game right now. Let's see.
So Eric Roses likes Gerald Washington in the preview, and I think I've watched Washington one time before. And Eric, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but my big memory of Charles Martin is when he fought Joshua, and he came out, in a king robe, and he's
got 15. He's got 15,
and he gets knocked out in the second round. Oh, he does, yeah. So that's my memory of Charles Martin. That's why I'm not too big on him.
This is super dope, dude. I hope we hit this. He's got 15 now. He just hit 2 at the line. So, come on, guys. Let's go. This is a really low-scoring game, too. Not like watching the Wizards Cavs.
Yeah, a little different quality of basketball with pace and just as far as level of defense. Jokic isn't the best defender, but he's still a big guy that they've got to get around on the rim. And Denver attacks ball handlers with much more intensity. They trap a little more. They just have a lot more going on defensively than the Wizards, who kind of sometimes it can resemble a pickup game with them just running up and down and kind of checking their man, But hey, we're out here having fun. Don't want anyone to get hurt, anything like that. So. Boxing seems like Washington too. Is he the underdog there? Are we getting a nice little underdog price there on that Washington fight?
They put him back on the line, guys.
Jokic, he's hard to stop.
He's got 17.
He's like the epitome of like YMCA ball.
Yeah, he's
all
got
those
17.
good fundamental moves.
Let's go. Why did I bet anything else tonight? Why did you just say this is the play of the night, the only thing you should bet, and I should just put my whole bankroll on it?
So wait, I get plus 450 on Gerald Washington. All right, I'll jump in there with you guys. I love those big underdogs at plus 450 and stuff. And who was Washington's last fight? I swear I watched it. It just wasn't that memorable. Hellenius, was that the one that I watched? Oh, he lost to Jarrell Miller. Konaki, I don't know. No Fire, I don't know. Boy, was it that long ago that I watched him? I think I watched him fight Eddie Chambers. I think that was the fight I watched. Boy, time flies when you're having fun, huh? Close to 4 years ago.
This is a decent game. They're coming back a little bit. Their spread. They're only they're not down by 10.
Which one are you talking about?
The Nuggets
game?
Yeah, they're only down by 4.
Yeah, they're down by 4. So hopefully we get a nice little run and we can grab the other plus money by halftime, and then I won't have to explain to you why that's not the only bet we made. Boy, and the Raptors ran away with it.
Yeah.
The Raptors completely ran away with this game. I didn't have eyes on it. Now I'm seeing a minus 16.5 there.
Yeah, and the Celtics are running away with the Timberwolves game.
Yeah.
Were those just staring at us obvious plays the entire time and we just didn't do it?
The Raptors, not so much. The Timberwolves fade, we're going to be getting a lot, but it's going to be tough for us to do on Liveline because everybody's going to be on it. So by the time it comes up, we're going to be giving out stale numbers if we try and play it pregame, because, I mean, the Timberwolves fade. I think the Timberwolves, the Pistons, and maybe the Cavaliers might be, the biggest fades in the second half here. Chicago has a little bit of life to them. The Hornets have a little bit of life to them. Even the Wizards, now that they're healthy, have a little bit of life. So I think teams are really going to be attacking this Minnesota team bettors are going to be attacking and betting against this Minnesota team until Towns comes back.
Let's see. All right, it's a 2-point game. At what point do we get the other side? How many point? What type of lead would Denver need to have? Do you think?
Thinking like 6 or 7.
All right, I hope so. Jay, are you cooking up some bets? As it looks like you're working.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, they got the lead. They got the lead spread. They banged in a 3. Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
All right, there we go.
No, yep.
All right, like I said, hopefully we'll get a nice little run before halftime, lock that one in, and be happy bettors here on Liveline.
Yeah, I like betting and winning. It's pretty dope. All right. Especially when it's the game that I can actually watch without having to use some kind of like stream that's going to give my computer aids.
Did you get plus money on both sides in the Buffalo Kent State game, man?
No, I didn't wind up betting it at all. There was a couple times I just stared at the lines, and then sometimes you just stare at a line, but then you never bet it. That was basically the Buffalo Kent State game for me. So, yeah, I'm a doofus there. We got a 39-38 game now here, this Nuggets Thunder game. All right. Nuggets are on like what, a 12-2 run, 13-2 run, something like that. I'm enjoying this. They need to give Jokic some more points, or at least until he gets to 23. Let's see here.
Yeah, I think we should definitely be able to get plus 150 on OKC at some point in this game.
Yeah.
Well, they're already plus money now, so you just need to wait for them to go down a few more baskets.
Yeah, well, I got him at minus 110, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. I see minus 110.
Oh, I'm looking at plus 102. No, wait, never mind. I just updated the line. It's minus 110. So possession must have changed. I'm flipping between the game and then my line to kind of just see where it's all at. Man, that's some really bad possession right there. Really, they're just taking some bad shots. kind of like an ugly flurry right there.
Wow, Buffalo's got 11 3-pointers so far tonight.
Trying to keep up with the chat and trying to figure out what most of them are talking about, but it looks like a lot of boxing chat.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, right? That's what the heavyweights do. So this is probably the most excited I've seen people for a fight since GGG fought Canelo, and that was a couple of years ago.
Eric Rosa
Hey, what's up,
says
Don?
he got a cartridge wedding. He ripped it, and holy smokes, did he fart in a wedding?
It's wedding cake. It's a
okay. I'm not
it's
sure.
a strain that's pretty popular.
I'm not sure what that was. Don Carleone says gents, and then Ant.
And me. He said what's up to me too, Ant. He didn't come on. Not just you.
Boston Nick just has wedding cake.
You got it
today.
too.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this boxing match, but I don't really I don't cap boxing, so I don't know.
You know what's gonna suck, Jay, is what time is your card for the MMA tomorrow? Doesn't it start pretty early?
Yeah, they're in New Zealand, so prelims start at 4. So we'll be
what
on
time's the main event? New Zealand card.
Oh,
well, the main card starts at 7. It'll be over at 10, and then they'll start the Fury card.
Okay, yeah. So hopefully the undercards are good there, because I'll bet you that main event doesn't start till midnight your time, or maybe even a little later.
Yeah, we'll have the late basketball games to get us through if they're not that good.
I gotta let my buddy out.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a marathon, man, but it should be fun.
Yeah, just some quick check in on the chat, since we're going to be quiet on the basketball live plays and just let these ones that we've got roll and play out. But Jake the Degenerate says Martin's a fringe contender, while Washington's a journeyman / gatekeeper. Martin is at least one level above. Eric Roses says, hey, he agrees with you there, but he still thinks it should be closer on the odds. So that's kind of cool that at least from a betting perspective, we get a lot of activity on that undercard, because overall, I don't know what you guys think, the guys that are really talking about it. I don't really know how fun that fight's going to be. I remember from watching both of them, I didn't necessarily consider them like exciting fighters. And then if you guys also want, I looked up the other guys on the undercard, and I didn't really know a lot of them. So if you want to throw in the chat, maybe some other fighters, I don't know if they put on maybe a young up and comer that I'm not aware of that we should keep an eye out for. That'd be fun to know about too.
The main event tomorrow night should be really good, man.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Last time I watched it, I remember that was a real good fight. So
yeah, it's Dan Hooker and Paul Felder.
Oh, I thought you meant the boxing. Okay, yeah.
No.
Felder's an action fighter, right?
Yeah, both of them. Felder is a guy that would much rather drag you into a phone booth and fight in the pocket. Yeah. And Dan Hooker is a really, really, really good range striker. It's going to be great. I can't wait. It's going to be, and the co-main event are 2 up and coming kids that are talented in the light heavyweight division. And I'm looking forward to that too. Both my breakdowns are on svrpicks.com. Okay, cool. this game, you think this game goes back and forth all night, this Denver game?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, most evenly matched game on the board. And, boy, I don't have it on because I'm sweating out the end of this Wizards play and this Magic play. But they said Jamal Murray went down. That could be rough for Denver to overcome. But if anyone can do it, it's Denver. They have some of the best depth in the league here. So I see it's real close here going into halftime. The Knicks are plus 20 right now. That turned quickly, huh?
Yeah, of course.
They're down by 21 at home off the All-Star break. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree with the co-main event MMA gambling predictor. But I'm on the other side in the main event. But it's a very, very, very close fight to call. Just like I thought the Corey Anderson, Jan Blachowicz fight was really close to call. Everybody was on Anderson. We were on Blachowicz at the plus money because the line was wrong. But it's going to be a good one. I'm really looking forward to it. I think this line is wrong too. In the main event tomorrow night, I think both guys should be even money or minus 110.
We got some good things going, guys. We got some good things going in this game. Are we excited?
Yeah, we're going to cash that plus 210 money line.
By we, you mean you?
This show.
Jokic is at 19 points, motherfuckers. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a win, bro.
Don't you mush it, you piece of shit. He could come out and
he would have to get hurt in order to not cash that.
Yeah, can I just enjoy the excitement? I'm also excited that the Nuggets have the lead. So I mean, they come out in the second half on a little spurt. We grab OKC. Well, actually,
what did you get? What'd you get Denver at?
Plus 165. Sprague got him at plus 170, so he got an extra nickel.
Yeah, I got him at like plus 180, I think.
Bigger Colts fan will probably need to go up by 6 to 8.
Actually, Buffalo can tie this game with a 3 with 30 seconds left. They did tie the game. How about that? Good chances going into overtime.
Oh, man, Buffalo. And I didn't take Quinnipiac because I'm an idiot.
Buffalo holds for the last shot. It's up. They missed it. Overtime.
Overtime?
Yeah.
About that overtime, Jason.
I mean, I would have rather Buffalo won because I got him at plus 210, but I got Kent State at plus 155.
Oh, okay. Well, how about this spread? Do you think they get some more scoring going into the second half? The second half total for Denver and Oklahoma City is 103.5. 103.5.
Yeah, and that's funny because we talked to correlating on the close, and that game was a lot higher. I think it was close to 212. So they didn't bother even correlating with their closing line there. Yeah, I'm seeing about the same because I got 48 to 48. That's 96, and I see under 200, so that's or 200.5. So I got under 104.5.
Oh, it just moved to 104.
I was gonna say I don't even want to touch that. The pace is pretty slow, so it seems about right. Yeah, mine just went down a full point there. So
what the fuck is wrong?
People are coming in on the under. I know, isn't that horrible? So
Right?
I guess I was wrong. Looks like Biggerstaff does have these guys going under control after all. So fortunately, there's still 5 minutes left, so we're not giving up on it yet. But boy, a little disappointing, huh?
That's a smidge disappointing. Just a smidge. Let's see.
Tyler is going to be on in about 10 minutes.
What? Tyler's alive? I thought he died.
Our guy Tyler is alive. He woke up late. He's working that third shift.
Oh, we have 1 hour left to vote on Dave's Twitter poll here, guys. Dave says he has a bag full of Premier League and Championship League plays tomorrow in English football, and he would like to know if he wants us to release them or not. We can either vote that no thanks because we're haters, or please, please, please. I'm going to go ahead and vote no thanks. I'm a hater. There we go.
Are you really?
Yep, I just did. And now I'm going to message him privately and just tell me to send me his.
Well, I'm going to go vote against you. I'm going to cancel you out there.
Why Zion under 8.5 rebounds? Well, he's only gone over 8.5 rebounds, I think 3 out of the last 8 games. And Spread and I were talking about who's going to be in the paint tonight. Hassan Whiteside, one of the best rebounders in the league. Plus, they do have length with Ariza and Carmelo. So, I mean, if he has done that under 50% of the time anyway, the last couple of weeks, we think that he will probably have a hard time tonight against one of the best rebounders in the league. So we took a shot on under 8.5 rebounds. Did I miss anything, Spread?
Nope, you got it pretty well. Oh, King Weasel's worried about your bet, Ant.
On which
he
one?
Says
I see that.
Billionaires get what they want. Dangerous bet.
On what? Which the caucus?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a reason why I'm not voting for him, or I'm not betting on him to win the nomination. I'm betting that each individual primary. It's you got to really get into the weeds of how the election process works in order for me to explain it, which will bore a lot of people. But yeah, Bloomberg can get the nomination without winning a single state, which is what he's trying to do. So, I like my bets on the. I like my bet on the caucus. I like my bet on the South Carolina primary coming up. But I am staying away from the actual who gets the nomination bet because I don't trust the Democratic National Committee. And I think Bloomberg probably will try and buy him off.
Dave has released his EFL plays on Twitter, but he needs 20 retweets before the EPL plays get released.
I like to go to his Twitter. Hold on. Can you do an unretweet to keep the retweets down? Oh, I kid, Dave. I kid, but there we go. Retweet. Done. And like done. There you go, buddy. See, that's the beauty of having multiple tabs open.
Tyler sent me a message on my DM. Kid's making a lot of sense for a 23-year-old kid. Rational.
What do you say?
I'll put it in our private chat.
The wow spread. We might have missed the boat on betting that halftime live over because it's up to 105 now. It opened at 103.5 on the second half line, and now it's up to 105 in the Nuggets Thunder game.
Which game were you talking about? The Nuggets Thunder?
Yeah.
It moved again. Mine's still sitting at 199 for the total game.
I'm looking at 105 for the second half, which is what? How many did they score? 96. So yeah, that's 201. 201.
Yeah, so T will be in a minute. We'll talk to him about the games that haven't started yet. We'll go over some player props for the late games, see if we could squeeze an angle or two out on the late NBA slate.
Tito says, speaking of Hillary, Bloomberg wants her as vice president. I don't know. A Bloomberg Hillary ticket. That's still going to be Trump in 2020, isn't it? I doubt it. I really do. You have no opinion on that, Jay? I know you have an opinion.
No.
Oh, yeah, actually you do. I know all your opinions on politics, Jason. Anywho.
Right now I'm trying to decide what I want to eat for dinner.
Oh, you should. Don't do the Red Robin again, man. You're going to get burnt out on that.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm actually burgered out, to be honest.
Yeah, I love burgers. But Red Robin, I don't know, like the Red Robin's good until you start having like, your local burger joint burgers, and you're like, actually, the local burger joints are way better than Red Robin.
Yeah, it's true. My football compadre, Donnie Rightside in the chat. My guy. What's up, Donnie?
Let's see.
Donnie, you're always welcome to come on and hang out with us, bro. Doesn't have to be football season. Anytime you want to, you got an open invite, man.
Well, I am. Did we let this Pacers game go? I think we let this Pacers game go. Spread. We got to stop doing the show with Jay when it involves Knicks games. We keep letting him influence our opinions on Knicks games. The Pacers are just running away with it, buddy.
Should have grabbed the Knicks when they were plus 20, but oh well.
We should have grabbed.
No, they were like plus 21 earlier.
We should have grabbed the Pacers when they were like
-3. Yeah, there was so many.
Well,
there's so many different spots there.
We
I think
lost.
What happens is when I do bad to start, I get a little gun shy. So we missed the Magic. Okay. Looks like the Wizards aren't going to go well either. Fortunately, we're going to come back pretty strong, I think, with the Jokic one, and I expect to do well at that Thunder game. I think we're going to get a nice little Nuggets run to catch up there. But yeah, it definitely did make me a little gun shy. And I mean, honestly, it could still lose. So.
Yeah, but let's celebrate the staying off the total in the Cavs-Wiz game. 125 points in the first half or whatever. No, 127 points in the first half, and they're not even going to get to 240. They're not even going to get to. They're barely going to get to 220.
Yeah, sometimes these games can slow down there towards the end.
Yeah, so we
Donnie loves these small conferences in college basketball. So maybe he could give us some insight tonight. He's going to come on hang out with us for a little bit.
There's only like 4 games on right now, and they're all in the second half, almost over.
NBA props king, the 23-year-old gifted and talented NBA capper Tyler Jackson.
What's up, fellas?
He's red hat kid tonight.
Who's this kid? Oh, this other guy.
I brought somebody with me.
Oh God, he's wearing
Donnie.
Whoa.
Here he is.
The gang's all here.
What's up, Donnie?
Lord, what's good, fellas?
What's up, bro?
Hanging out, Friday night action. What do we got going on tonight? Little NBA style?
Yep.
Yeah, Donnie. I don't know anything about these small college conferences, bro. That's your wheelhouse. You like anything tonight?
Oh, actually, the one play I did give out actually already lost was Buffalo in the first half. I should have just taken them full game as it's 93 and OT. Lost by I think 5 or 6 points in the first half. So, but there's some decent stuff. Tomorrow's a great card though. It's cool.
Yeah. I grabbed Buffalo at plus 210 on the money line, and I got Kent State at plus 155.
Yeah, that's nice, man. Buffalo should already had this game locked up. Let's see.
Yeah,
it looks like double overtime coming. Hold on here.
It does look like double overtime.
Oh my God!
What do you think about that?
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think about that big Baylor Kansas game tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that it's at noon. Crazy, right? 1 versus 2 is usually that 8 o'clock ESPN game, but 12 o'clock tomorrow. I got to tell you, I'm still leaning towards Baylor, but those are the games that there's so many games tomorrow. Like if you're like, dude, that's the game I got to bet. I mean, good luck if you have an edge on that one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be on that game.
Yeah. Should be fun to watch.
Take Kansas plus 2. They don't lose to beat both teams.
Revenge factor. We get a lot. Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
They look like a juggernaut, that Baylor team.
You guys been doing any XFL action on here, or taking a look at that at all?
That's the second night in a row that question's come up.
Donnie, bro, we were laughing about the fact that there are guy NFL plays the second weekend into the year. Can you imagine?
No, there's guys selling XFL plays the first week of the year.
I don't really like football outside of the NFL because I'm footballed out, and when you get the best of a sport, which is the NFL, it's hard for me to get into the backup guys coming in and playing. But even if the rules were the same as the NFL, I might be like, all right, maybe get a feel for it. But you don't even know how the rules are going to play out, and you're actually I even saw articles come out that are saying well, here's how you bet it. You don't really want to look at the spread, and you want to say, what do you mean? We're gamblers. How do you know if they're going to go for 1, 2, or 3, or you know what I mean? It's crazy.
A 3-point conversion. What the fuck?
Yeah.
3-point conversion.
That's so true.
I've been watching more than a couple of. I know some people like it just because they like football and want to watch, but I got to tell you, man, it doesn't. College basketball, the NBA is on. You guys got the UFC all the time. You got big heavyweight fights. Who's paying attention? Because I see 6 games this week, and I'm saying what? Who is it? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah. Do you bet a lot of NBA? I never asked.
Never. No, never. It's the one where I could I've messed around in the past, but I've never truly capped an NBA game in my life.
Yeah, I give. I don't know how Spread and Tyler do it, man. I mean, first of all, I don't know how you bet a side or total pregame when the numbers and swings in the NBA are crazy. Guys go on these huge runs. You could always get a team like plus 18.5.
I think. You're right. Of any sport, honestly, if you guys can answer this, wouldn't the NBA be the single best sport in the world to bet live?
100%.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, I agree.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't handicap the NBA pregame because I know, like Jay says, I don't ever bet it pregame. But Jay and I started the show last year, live betting NBA and college basketball, just because the way that when you watch the game and you're looking at the live algorithms, I mean, you just find the spots and you can just feel the flow of the game.
And doesn't it seem like so simple too? Like the Lakers are laying 11 and they're down 22-10 in the first quarter. Now they're minus 2.5 for the game. Like it's crazy. Like it just makes sense when you think about it.
Yeah, well, because you know that 12-point swing is coming back the other way, bro. You know what I mean?
And how many times in the last several weeks have we gotten plus 150 to plus 200 on both sides of a game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Insane.
Like Sixers game, even if you were taking that the other night, they run out to a big lead, they collapse, and it's like, wait, you could have got both sides. And then it does, because I saw your tweet the other night, like, when you're sitting on plus 180 one side and plus 220 the other, you shut it off and you already got your money and you move on to the next game. Doesn't matter who wins.
Exactly. You try to eliminate. Well, we took Denver at plus 170.
No, the Spurs are playing the Jazz.
Oh, yeah. Well, what was it? A 7-point spread pregame?
Yeah. Well, the Jazz are already up. The Spurs are already up 9, and they're still plus 130 on the money line.
Oh, okay.
So I think we could probably jump on that and then catch the Jazz in the second quarter coming back.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see if I can find.
No, if the Spurs are losing,
could just grab the Jazz at the small spread too, and just enjoy the minus 3.5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like
and just only play that one way.
What did that number close at? It was 7. I saw the last I saw it.
Yeah. Oh, this Nuggets game's.
Yeah, it closed right around 7.
Yeah.
So you thinking the spread's a better look? I see 2.5.
Yeah, I kind of just like taking the Jazz and just sitting on that position.
I'm game for that. You guys want to get in on that?
Well, yeah, because if they come back, even if they tie it, you're going to wind up with a 7-point middle. Because
Yeah, Jay, put that on the board for me. Jazz minus 2.5.
What price do you have?
Minus 109.
Jazz minus 2.5, minus 109.
Ah, damn! Thunder came out gangbusters here, guys. That sucks.
What college basketball games catch your eye for tomorrow, Donnie?
I got a couple. I'm a big team total guy, so I got a couple lined up. But the one thing I always like about Saturday's card is you can't just wake up on Saturday morning and go over like 100+ games. So I always like to try to get that jump on Friday nights. Circle about 20 games, let them sink in. Straight sides, I always like Arkansas Little Rock when they're put in the spot, only a couple points. I think they're much better than the team they're playing. Also, I like Bradley as a side tomorrow. But you know me, I'm always going to be picking on those smaller conferences because I just think there's more of an edge in smaller conference play. Then again, like we all want to take Baylor and Kansas and watch it and have fun, but I can't. Like if you told me if somebody made a really good play and said, you know what, I like Kansas and here's why, you could come right back and like, here's why I like Baylor. Like, you know what, damn.
I was thinking about you. I was thinking about you the other morning when I was watching you Flash and Max. I was like, Donnie went from breaking down 16 games a week on the closing line. Now you're going through 100-game cards like on the reg.
Yeah, because we do it during the show is really early in the morning. So I actually set the script the night before, like the topics we're going to talk about, the recap we're going to talk about, and then like 25 games. But you can't really like cap it. So I wake up like an extra hour and a half early, and I can only spend like 4 minutes on each game trying to prep and get ready for it before the show actually goes live because of how early we do it. It's hard to get. I always like the fresh look and it's fun to talk about it. But when you got to do like plays of the day and early stuff, and people don't realize like I actually looked at the card as much as the average person did. It's not like all day long. Once the show gets over 10:30, you have 7 hours to make the play that you want that night, as opposed to like, let me get a quick look at this card. And say, you're right. The NFL, 16 games. Oh, like you have 6.5 days to get ready for the NFL, which is hilarious. That's not in college.
I love when you break Flash's balls, bro. When I heard him say Kansas instead of Canisius, bro.
Yep, Kansas. He's done Duquesne. I mean, we've had some fun this week, and I always got to stop and be like, Flash. Hey, no, look, I love it when he says it. So let it rip.
Hey, in all fairness to Flash though, on the Duquesne one, I didn't know it was Duquesne until about like 2 years ago. I lived 33 years of my life thinking it was Duquesne.
How would you know? Yeah, like how would you? Unless you are a college basketball guy and somebody showed showed you that and told you that, you would look at that and be like, all right, here's the next game. You're like, dude, I don't even want to pronounce this fucking team.
Yeah, I thought it
Flash.
twins.
He tapped out though. Like he didn't even try Valparaiso.
He
was
did.
Like,
yep. I was like, that was a good one, man. That's a pro right there. Like, I'm not getting in trouble. Here comes Val right here. I was like, absolutely, Flash. That's how you.
I love it. I love it.
I did, but Tyler's like, oh fuck, it Kane's like 20 minutes from my house. I mean, how do you guys not know?
Yeah, how do you guys not know it's called Luke Kane?
I don't know, because there's a fucking N and an S and an E there at the end.
Letters in there.
Duquesne, man. Yeah, there's some fucked up names you can rip. If you don't really know what you're talking about, you just go over those quick, like, ooh.
Well, until I started like betting, until like a couple of years ago when they started doing all the added boards in college basketball, I thought Quinnipiac was just a polling company.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yep.
I'm like, wait a minute. All those polls has a university that plays basketball?
A Division I team, Quinnipiac. Yeah, it's crazy, man. No more for their hockey than anything else.
Did you guys go over the VCU St. Louis game this morning?
Me and Max were on opposite sides. And that's funny because this is a triple overtime game it looks like we're headed to in this Kent State Buffalo. We're going to miss the entire game on TV. But I actually liked VCU more than St. Louis in that game. I'm just not a big St. Louis believer guy.
What was the pregame spread?
1.5. VCU was favored. Yeah. What's the score? I saw it was 10-10.
20. Yeah, 22-21.
Yeah. Yep.
VCU. 7 minutes left in the first half. They're like -2.5 right now.
Nope. Sounds about right.
Thunder came out gangbusters in this third quarter. That's kind of lame. They've opened up a pretty decent lead here on the Nuggets. So unfortunate for us.
Yeah. That's the risk you run, man, when you're trying to catch that plus money on both sides.
Well, it's closed that down to 6. So it was 11, now it's 6. So all right.
You guys doing the fight tomorrow? Are you doing the fight tomorrow?
Yeah, bro. We'll be on from
theoretically.
We'll be on from 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
What? Until the fight's over?
Until the Fury fight's over.
Man. Yeah. That's like 3 meals you got to get in between.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hold on. That's 2 o'clock my time. For what? Midnight?
Yeah. Till whenever the Fury fight is over.
You might have to give me a schedule for tomorrow. I need to put in a 4 hour.
That's a fun fight. What's the line in that fight, by the way?
I think it's a pick'em.
Is it really? That's awesome. Wow.
Pretty even. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're bored, Donnie, and you want to swing by, just let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit somebody up for the fake fee. I always fall for it's on ESPN Plus. I got ESPN Plus, and they said you get $5 off.
Game. Come on,
I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I'll
send you a link.
No.
What I haven't really been paying attention what's going on with the NFL and the bargaining agreement. Are they trying to play another game? Is that what they're trying to do?
They're trying to make more money that way. I actually like if the players union came back and said, no, we don't want, like, I like the 16 games. I just think it works well, but I love the extra playoff team. Cause then, when you talk about like the business of football, you put another 2 teams in the playoffs, which I'm fine with. But then you talk about wild card weekend, you get the triple header on a Saturday, a 1 o'clock, a 4 o'clock, like an 8 o'clock.
It's only going to be one more team, Donnie.
One more team
per
conference,
I think they're only adding one more team. And then, so then only the number 1 seed will get a bye from now on.
I love that because that makes that.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't see why you don't like it, Ant.
Because we're just going to say,
I think it'll even make division weekend even better.
Did you see what else they snuck in on that deal that they're trying to throw in there? The marijuana thing, where if they test for it, they just kind of like
the
NBA.
The board.
Do it like the NBA.
Jay, let's kind of put it on the board. Right.
Yeah, the NBA, I believe the NBA is 1 time a year you get tested, but they send the letter like 4 months in advance of your testing day. Like, you want to talk about a league that's protecting their own players? That's how you like, hey, tested. We got tested. Yep, we got testing. We test these guys.
What am I putting on the board?
Just put it on the board. Don't worry about it.
We knew it was a winner a long time ago, but it finally became official. Jokic, 24 points.
Oh, nice.
All right. 7 minutes left in the third quarter. We get that over. Hot diggity dang. That was the easiest winner of the night. That made up for some of the other bullshit that
we're not on Tyler's level yet. Tyler likes to cash his in the first half. And I usually don't do this, but I'm feeling like Jay. Both the Knicks and the Phoenix Suns were plus 20 at some point, and I hovered over and didn't do it. And now they're both within 6 and 7 points, respectively. I like the Pelicans a lot, and I like the Grizzlies.
You think Lonzo can get over 10 assists tonight? I mean, he's been ditching the ball out pretty well. They have his double-double set at plus 239.
Oh, yeah, at that price, I do like it. If it was just over 10 at like minus 110, minus 120, I wouldn't play it. But the plus 230, I do like that. Because he'll go double digits in points, right? So you're just basically getting plus 230 on over 10 rebounds.
We get like 2 threes out of him and a couple layups. We should be fine to get 10. Sometimes he don't like to shoot.
Yeah, and he's been shooting well from beyond the arc lately. Yeah. No, I know. I remember one night we had his over, right? And he's just dishing assists left and right. But
Flash says, I love how far Tyler's backdrop has come in the last 6 months.
It'll be all right.
I mean, if only could come as far as his pronunciation of colleges.
VCU is down 6 right now and plus 160.
I gotta get that.
I mean, what are they going to have to, in order to get St. Louis at plus 150, what are you going to have to do? Have VCU up 3 or 4? I mean, that can't happen in the next 25 minutes.
I mean, both those, it should be a slugfest. I'm actually surprised St. Louis has 28 points so far. What's it? Would they have a live line for the over or the total in this one?
Yeah, 137 and a hook.
They should be able to get that.
Flash is pretty funny in the chat.
Yes. Val versus Quesney.
Flash said Arkansas was deliberate, you bell end. I don't even know what a bell end is, but everything's not good coming out of Flash's mouth. Yeah, that total's actually dropping, Donnie. It's down to 135 and a half. Now.
Yeah, I got to see I don't know how far behind I am on this one. It looks I have 28-22 with about 5 to go.
Yeah,
Flash says Duquesne was close. I actually defended you on that one, Flash, because I didn't know it's Duquesne until about 2 years ago. I did defend you on that one, Flash, because I was pronouncing it Duquesne for 33 years.
Duquesne?
Where the fuck did the W come from?
Yeah,
Pittsburgh style.
I don't know, man.
Wow,
the worst was when I got in an argument when I thought it was pronounced macabre and it's pronounced macabre. Heard in like conversation. So it's like I read it, like in books or whatever. I've read the word for years, but you never hear it in conversation. So I was just thinking it was macabre for years and years and years. I got in an argument. They're like, it's macabre. They're like, bullshit. And then I pulled up the dictionary app and pressed the pronunciation button, and it went macabre. And I'm like, oh, I'll be goddamn. Who knew? I mean, we all have those words we mispronounce forever.
That's true. Man, Denver is so close to getting the plus side of the money, man, on OKC. Every time they pull in, OKC goes on a little run.
Yeah, they were down 11, and then they come all the way back, and then OKC gets a 3.
So what 2 games haven't started? Tyler, did you look at any props in the Laker game or the Pelicans game other than Lonzo?
In the Lakers game, I don't think there's a guy on Memphis' team that could stop LeBron tonight. I mean, you figure they traded away the one guy they had that could probably somewhat defend them in Jay Crowder. Dylan Brooks ain't covering him.
You never know if LeBron wants 20 assists or if he wants 30 points.
Yeah, that's the only problem. You don't know what you're getting out of him, if you're getting past LeBron or if he's just going to shoot the ball 30 times.
Exactly.
I would lean toward his points tonight over 25.5.
25.5, huh? That's low. That's low.
See if Buffalo can close this thing out. See what scores tonight.
And then the other one I like in that New Orleans game is Zion over 22.5 points.
We were thinking about that. Spread and I were talking about that. And we took the under 8.5 rebounds because he's only gone over 8.5 3 times the last 8 or 9 games. And Whiteside's going to be in the paint, right, all game. We know he's one of the best rebounders. And Melo and Ariza can get their share of rebounds. So we thought maybe he doesn't.
I think Zion can bump the other two right out of his way, Melo and Ariza. Whiteside will be his only real problem in the paint.
Ara has a question in the chat about why we are on that Zion rebound problem.
Yeah, I mean, you would think he's a rebounding machine, but when you go and look at what he's done the last 10 games, he hasn't gone over 9. He hasn't gotten 9 or higher all that often. So, I mean, it's always risky when you're taking unders on player props in the NBA, but we took a shot.
Is it basically you just go with the value with the plus money?
Yeah, plus it was plus 110, and you had it at plus 120, right?
Yeah, I got it. I bet it at plus 120. I got a better number than you guys.
Buffalo got the win. Put it on the board. Plus 210.
Yeah, they're up 5. They're up 5 at the free throw line with 16 seconds to go. So they got this.
Boom.
There you go, Jason.
Put that on the board.
Do you ever get tired of being good at this? Are you ever like?
We're not supposed to like that.
Are you ever like, boy, I sure do wish I could suck at this, but I mean, I just can't help it.
You know what? You always get humbled when you're betting on sports.
That is true.
A 3 for 20 run can come out of nowhere and just destroy a month.
Buffalo, good. Get this other game on. Let's go. Cool.
Yeah, but Jay, back to that points prop. Those 3 names you brought up, and Ariza, Melo, and Whiteside.
Yeah.
Those are probably the 3 guys that are going to get thrown at Zion tonight to try and guard him. And we all know Melo can't play defense. I don't think Ariza's big enough to stay in front of him, and Whiteside's going to be too slow.
So you think he goes over 22.5?
Yeah. He's averaging 25 over his last 5.
Yeah, he was right around like 21 a game, but his last couple games he went for like 32 and 31.
There's some scoring down here. All right.
And both these teams like to run up and down the floor, so we should see a lot of shots.
So Donnie, you're on VCU here?
I liked VCU, yeah. I thought VCU would be able to win this. They're down 11 now, but they got points. There's some 36 already. St. Louis has. Impressive.
I don't think we're going to arbitrage this Nuggets game. I think we're just going to hold on to this Nuggets ticket and hope that they win it and pull it out at the end. Because every time they get close, Oklahoma City pulls away.
Yeah, the run that we've been waiting for just hasn't materialized, hasn't it?
Well, they got down 11, and then they come all the way back, and then they go down 5, they come back, they go down 7, they're coming back. So I think we're just going to be stuck with this plus number on the Nuggets, and if we win the ticket, it's because they just pull it out in the end in a close one, and we're never going to get I don't think we're ever going to find the Thunder at plus 170.
A couple overtimes in that Buffalo game just killed Flash's under. Yeah. That sucks.
They got the pace wasn't that bad at half, but they really took forget even overtime in the second half. They went 49-43 without even going to OT. Then they went to OT, obviously double overtime to get smacked.
Yeah.
VCU and St. Louis are coming up on the half. Looks like St. Louis will have probably a decent lead going in.
Donnie, do you use FanDuel at all?
What's that?
You use FanDuel at all?
I do. I have FanDuel and DraftKings. I don't use it that much during college basketball though. I'm more of a 5 dimes guy in that.
Do you see we can get Philadelphia if the 76ers plus 23.5 tomorrow?
Yeah, it's funny. You said that. Somebody brought that up today. I know they do it at those promotions every once in a while to do because I haven't seen one for Philadelphia yet. But is that going? And I think it can even go up higher the more bets they get in, right?
Yeah, it says 62 more customers to get it to 24.5.
Oh yeah, I gotta get. No, you don't have to be a first time bet. That you can just get that at any time.
Yeah, you can just bet it.
Oh yeah, count me down.
That'll be a free $50 tomorrow.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Flash. I mean, spread.
I was just going to ask Tyler, regardless of the crazy promotion, what do you think of that game? I think 8.5 is a lot for the 76ers to be grabbing on the road. We know they suck on the road, but they do play well against the bigger teams, and I expect to see a fully motivated team, and Simmons should be back, right?
Yeah, I think it all depends on if Simmons is back. If he is, I think
I was looking at Philadelphia there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Tomorrow's Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Jay, are you really going to want me on during the evening when all the precincts start reporting?
Bro, you know what I think? I think you have a responsibility to be on this fucking show.
No, I'm going to be very insufferable once those precincts start reporting. And I'm like,
well, just mute yourself.
What, do you have a bet on that?
We go hard, Donnie,
on the Nevada
in the politics.
Donnie, I have about 3,000 on the Nevada caucuses.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
If there's an angle, we push the button.
You shouldn't even lead with like the fight tomorrow. That should be your lead tomorrow for the show. Like, join us live as we break down the Nevada caucus. You'd be like, whoa, that's a whole new industry you can bust into.
I could break down Super Tuesday. I could do Super Tuesday's show because I already have Sanders at plus money to win the South Carolina primary. And if he wins by double digits in Nevada, I don't care what the number is. I'm hammering him on South Carolina, and then I'm just going to start hammering the Super Tuesday states. I bet a lot of politics elections.
Yeah.
I love it. It's it's an easy market. If you're willing to label wood, it's free money.
So, I'm Donnie. I'm so anti-FanDuel right now, bro. They initially, I pulled out $8,000 today. I left $2,000 in the account, and I was going to talk to you actually because I have a Bet365 account, I have a DraftKings account, but I'm looking for another legal Jersey account now because initially they limited me on live player props in the NFL.
Yeah.
Then it went to live sides or totals.
Yeah.
And last night I tried to put a dime on a pregame college basketball side.
Yes.
And they told me I can only bet $387.50 on the game. Jeez. I said, I'm done, bro. I've had it. I'm done. So I pulled out almost all of it. But I don't know where I should go. Do you have any other legal accounts? Is Sugar House good?
I like Sugar House. I do like Sugar House. But when I do, because I spread, usually what happens is, because you're always going to get the feedback for if you bet a lot of money, and if you're obviously winning, they're going to limit you. I never, it's usually like I'll bounce between like 250s, 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, 100 here. I never go that heavy. So I don't really run into even because you know as well as I do, if you bet $200 a game on one, and you can win 30 in a row, they don't even track it. That doesn't even come up on the radar screen. So that's why I've always been like, of course, like the bigger games in the NFL, you can get away with betting a lot more money, but just on a day-to-day basis, I spread it around so much between different books where I don't run into that. So because a lot of people say, well, did they ever cut you off to do this? I don't do enough for them to be like, dude, you can't do this anymore. It's not like, oh, you know what? $100, $3,000, $2,000 or $1,000. I never go that far.
You still kept some offshore markets.
I've always had 5 dimes. Always.
Okay.
We get spoiled though with the legal books because you can get your money so
good
fast.
Too. It's hard to get.
Yeah.
Well, Bookmaker's a good one, and you get your money quick on Bookmaker, and it's hard to get really flagged on that account. They take a lot of big bets.
Yeah, offshore is always.
So if Jay was going to go offshore, that would be the first one, and I get mine usually within 2 to 3 hours from Bookmaker.
Well, that's what's great about the legal.
They're quick to pay out.
Yeah.
It's in your PayPal in like an hour.
Yeah, dude. We so spoiled. And you don't pay, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, you win $1,000 on the Super Bowl. Like, all right, we'll get it to you in a week, and you got to pay $50 for it. And it's like, come on, man, just give me my money.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna try.
Oh, you don't do crypto, Donnie?
No, I don't do crypto. No, I'm an old Stone Age guy.
Okay. Yeah, I do crypto, and they're pretty quick on it.
Yeah.
From Bookmaker and Bovada are both within 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah, they try to get
5 dimes can be on your first one.
Yeah.
And then once you get your first one out, they're pretty quick too.
Yeah.
How does crypto work? Isn't that fake money?
And do you remember the conversation that me, you, Justin, and Eric had in the chat? I said to you, I think I'm going to buy a Bitcoin. It's at $5,100 right now. I think I'm going to buy one. And Eric and you and Justin were like, don't do it, bro. And you stopped me from doing it. I could have cashed that out at one point for like 13,000.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Jumped to like 19 grand at one point a couple years ago.
It's unbelievable, man.
I told my uncle to get into shit, and he didn't do it.
How that works.
Imagine if you had that much juice. Like there's big players in Bitcoin. Imagine having that much juice where you and a couple of guys are going to move some things around, manipulate that, and just cash out for windfalls. And you didn't even do anything. It was just your movement. Yeah.
So I should just buy some Bitcoin then?
If I knew how to control it, yeah. If you knew
now you want to fucking buy a Bitcoin?
I think the time passed. Yeah. I think the big hit with Bitcoin is gone.
No, I just use Bitcoin to bet on 5 times.
Oh yeah.
Rich
so
Steve
wait, did you see this on Twitter? That DeMarcus Cousins is going to get waived.
I don't think he's allowed to play again this year with that one tweet I saw. Is that correct?
They got to make room for the Morris brother to come in.
Oh, Markieff?
Yeah, Markieff. They said he's going to end up a Laker.
So the brothers are going to play each other there in the conference finals if it comes out?
Probably.
Wow.
The more I look at it, I think Clippers got it. I think that bench is just too deep.
Donnie, are you anti Brett Brown being the coach of the 76ers?
I probably was the guy in the driver's seat on that one a few years ago. My whole theory was this: like Brett Brown, love him, nice guy, handles the press conference, has a nice little accent which gets you by. He's a lovable guy, and how could you hate Brett Brown? They're tanking. He's only going to win 10 games. He still has a smile on his face. But there's a reason why Sam Hinkie's like, you know what? This is my guy for the tank. I'm going to bring him in. He's a nice guy. He can handle the media. But you know what? He's not good enough to win any games because he's a really good coach. And that's exactly why they put him in. He was designed for the tank. Now when you have the players, you're supposed to get rid of them and get the tactician in here, which for some reason the Sixers can't figure that out.
Yeah, they just haven't done it.
Yeah, like if he was a coach worth his salt and you had like Hinkie was so far ahead of the game on tanking. He's like, look, I'm going to sell picks. I'm going to get a nice coach in here who's not going to win one more game than he's not supposed to win. And then Hinkie gets fired and they keep Brett Brown around.
I always thought Jay Wright was going to leave Villanova.
Oh, man, it'd be a home run.
Be the coach.
Yeah, it'd be a home run. But you saw like Beeline goes to Cleveland and it's like, you know what? We're going to run a nice rigid camp and we're going to do things the right way. I'm going to teach these guys, but these kids don't like. They're already like, dude, I'm in the
Any
NBA,
coach
man.
that took that situation this year was getting fired.
That's a no win. Like
why would they win with those guys?
That article came out and they're saying like, oh well, we have to do like film study on our day off. I'm like, yeah, welcome to being a professional, man. Good Lord.
Yeah, really.
Crazy.
I think that some of that came from Kevin Love's leadership too. I think that once he became dissatisfied with it, he kind of made it okay for the younger players. I think if they would have had a better veteran in there to support Beeline, it could have worked. But when you have your star player making whatever he's making, $30 million a year, balking at the ideas, of course, Sexton and Garland aren't going to fall in line. So
who is in charge of basketball operations? Is it Elton Brand?
Yes. Yeah.
What do you think he has to go to? You think?
I don't think Elton Brand has to go because I think that a GM nowadays, like he was a player in the NBA and has a good rapport. Like he can get free agents if he wants them. I don't really think an NBA GM is like in the NFL where you got to like manage salary cap. It's basically like, do you have influence with agents to bring guys in? I think he can do that. But as far as a coach goes, like put Brad Stevens on the Sixers, and it's like you out execute everybody. When the Sixers get into the playoffs, they're just as talented as everybody. But when you have another coach, like getting Bill Belichick on the opposite sideline of you every game because he's going to outcoach you, like well, how do you eventually win something? You don't.
Yeah.
Like Bill O'Brien, we laugh like his team's talented. Like, hey, he's good enough to get to the playoffs, but when you get there, he looks like an idiot. That's what happens.
Brad Stevens is the truth, man.
I love
that
him.
kid
I
is-
love that guy.
Philly should have did what Milwaukee did the moment Budenholzer was on his way out of Atlanta. They should have hounded that guy and fucking got him to Philadelphia.
Like Nick Nurse, his coaches, Circle. I mean, all these guys. Like, if you have a really good coach, you can win with suboptimum talent. And when you have a team that's really good and you get like the Bulls, and hey, you know what? We got Phil Jackson now. So now you have the best players, and then you have the best coach, and he did it with the Lakers. That's what happens. Perfect storm.
Now,
I like Dave Yeager to go there, Donnie. I think that's who you guys should target.
Man. I would love it. Like, give me a guy like
Yeah.
when even like Jimmy Butler would laugh last year. Like at the end of the games, like, are we really drawing this fucking play up with 2 seconds to go? Like, and then the Sixers end up not even be able to inbound because nobody's open. It's like, come on, what are we doing?
How do you feel about the quote unquote trade rumors about Embiid, Donnie?
They're going nowhere. And the difference with Embiid, I always like it because, talk show radio is ridiculous as it is. But you tanked for those two players. They're two superstar players. And my whole theory is, all right, if you want to trade them, what are you getting back? So you say, all right, I want to trade Embiid. You know, I go, well, I want Anthony Davis back. No, I'm not getting Anthony Davis. Well, I'm not trading them. And they say, well, we can trade Ben Simmons. What am I getting back for Ben Simmons? Are you going to give me James Harden back? No. You're going to give me Damian Lillard? No. Well, what are you trading them for? Oh, let's get a package of deals. A package.
The Jazz are now plus money and plus points. Live.
I knew we should have grabbed that money line.
Yeah.
They're plus 160.
Well, if you want the money line, we got.
No, we should have took the
Spurs
earlier, and then we could have.
Yeah, the only reason I didn't want to do that is, we should have got that one pregame though because it was like plus 250.
I'm seeing
the Jazz
closing line.
I'm seeing plus 310.
Yeah,
plus 310. They're down 60-44 plus 235. Well, You think they come back and win this? I mean, they're getting rolled. You think they just come out in the second half and blow the doors off the Spurs?
I'd hope so.
I don't know.
At this point,
we already got in. I thought they were going to do better than this. Yeah.
To go back to college basketball, you think San Diego State has a shot to win it all, Donnie?
I love San Diego State. I love teams like that, man, especially when you're talking about this year in college basketball. I mean, look, Baylor's really good. Yes, Kansas is really good, but you don't have that, like, can't miss, like, top three teams. And when you look at San Diego State, those teams that, upperclassmen, the perfect point guard, the perfect shooting guard, the smart big man that can step out and hit jumpers, they are so good, man. Like, betting against them right now, like tomorrow, like, let's say, like, I want to go against San Diego State. They do everything perfect on every possession. It's hard, man. They're good.
They are really, really good.
Like, this is one of those years where you're going to get some of these lower level teams that can really get after. Like, the Big East just mauls itself. Like, any one of those teams in the Big East, Seton Hall, Villanova's, like, if they make their shots, man, they can all go and run. Even Creighton's playing amazing basketball at this point. It's crazy.
Yeah, Ant's a big Creighton fan, and I like Seton Hall.
I love Seton Hall.
Yeah, they can go deep.
If you just take if you just take Seton Hall out of their 6:30 time slot and put them in a normal time slot, they can win.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not too far away from that, too. Like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, you start the lower majors getting into their conference tournaments, man. So much fun. What a great time of year.
There isn't any one team, you think, right, that like separates themselves this year?
No.
There's probably a dozen teams that could win it all.
Yep, which makes, as you guys talk about, you're taking futures on teams and you can hedge in and out. What a season. Because you're going to catch some of those guys 50-1 making runs that you can just constantly make money of. Not like, oh, man, there's 3 teams and nobody's going to touch them. So why would you take a long shot? But you're going to find some teams making the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, like, wow. You get some really good value off some of those guys.
The Spurs are up 21. Holy
shit. Flash said, what do you think about the Big Ten, Donnie?
I hate the Big Ten, man. I hate that conference. The only one conference worse than the Big Ten for me to watch is the Pac-12. Like, I could give a damn about the Pac-12. If it wasn't for Bill Walton, it would never make it on my TV, the Pac-12 in anything.
Flash, you want an invite, bro? I'll send you an invite right now. He said, I just started talking into my mic and realized I'm not on.
I'm writing the Flash in the chat box. He's probably grabbing his mic like, yeah. Wait, I'm not even here.
Hey, Donnie, what's so funny is I like Pac-12 basketball, just it being the the local conference and everything.
Yep.
And everybody that I talk to that doesn't live out here hates the Pac-12. They don't like watching it. They don't like betting on it. It's just so funny how
Max does the same thing.
How
to
disregarded they are.
Yeah. Because they have ranked teams, and we do like
and JJ hates it too.
Yeah, we lined them up. He's like, "Is it okay if I take some of these Pac-12?" I said, "By all means, take them all out if you want to." Good Lord, Cal's and UCLA and USC's and the Utah. I mean, I actually like Oregon because Peyton Pritchard's pretty fun to watch. And, you get some good basketball out of Arizona. But outside, like, I would much rather watch, like the West Coast Conference with like Gonzaga and BYU and St. Mary's much more than the Pac-12. It's not just because it's like East Coast bias. No, I love the West Coast Conference. I love the Mountain West. Like, that's fun basketball to me. The Pac-12 just does nothing for it. Even in football these days. It used to be you could carry like USC and they were real fun. Now it's like, man, Pac-12 doing these days?
Yeah.
Going to football, Donnie. The USC. I can't remember whose ranking it was. It was one of them that ranks the recruiting classes.
Yeah.
USC came in right below Bowling Green. That's how bad their recruiting class
was. Amazing.
It was like amazing. 80th or something in the nation. So
that's what happened.
And when I grew up, they were just a powerhouse, right? Running back university, and it's just it's real sad because without them to carry us, we kind of lose our relevance.
How the hell does USC have a recruiting class that bad?
That's when everybody thinks you're going to fire your head coach, and you basically said you're going to fire your head coach. Yeah. So he probably stops recruiting, and the recruit's like, dude, I'm not going there. You're not even going to be there. And they say, oh, by the way, he's back. And he's like, hey, making phone calls. Hey, Jim, you still in? Like, no, dude, I'm signing with Ohio State, man. Like, I'm going.
Yeah.
You know who their first game of the year is this year, right?
Who they got?
Bama.
Oh, goodness. That workout last time for them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're all that hype's gonna die on week 1 when Bama goes out there and just bitch slaps them.
I can't wait for football. I can't wait to start talking football again. Is it too early to talk football? February 21st.
Baseball.
We have the combine next weekend, isn't it?
Man,
isn't the combine next week?
Yeah,
we got free agency coming up. Donnie, is your Philly Eagles gonna make any moves?
I don't know. I mean, we're talking like Alshon Jeffrey is. Alshon Jeffrey's over here bitching and moaning like he wants to get out of town. His agent saying he doesn't want to get out of town, but I think it's pretty clear he needs to.
We wait till baseball starts before we start crying about football.
I love baseball. I know Jay loves baseball too. That slow summer grind.
Oh yeah.
The truest thing Donnie ever said is in the sports betting content industry.
Yes,
you earn your money during baseball season, boy.
Once the final four hits, you get the life rafts out and just like man overboard. Everybody is in it for themselves, man. It's crazy. Doing shows by myself. Oh, crazy.
He's starting to talk like MLB season win totals, and I want to throw up.
Yeah. Don't worry, there'll be people betting their ass off on spring training games, man. So it's coming. We get all that.
I do not bet those. I do not bet spring training.
I always say, because I know people bet it, and I try to reason because, like, I, as a gambler, trying to find information, I like to know what's happening. Like, if I have money on, like, let's just say the Yankees and the Red Sox in spring training, and the pitcher's number is like 96 that comes in, and you're like, we don't really even have this guy in the program. Like, that's who you're putting your money on. It's hard for me to do.
The key to spring training is, I guess, just avoid betting favorites, maybe just bet underdogs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, because in spring training, but there's things in spring training, like they literally are not trying to win the games. They're just getting everyone their reps in.
Correct.
So like they'll give you a schedule of like pitchers who are going to pitch in that game. So it doesn't, it doesn't fucking matter if you're down by 15 runs or if you're up by 15 runs or whatever. If your closer is scheduled to have a rotation in that game, he's going to be in that game. So those situational factors that you would normally handicap don't account in the spring training game because they don't care about winning. They're just trying to give people their reps and see who looks good.
Yeah, I guess maybe if you read like, clippings where, Jake Arrieta or whoever pitcher like, hey, I'm going to work on my fastball today. So he doesn't really give a shit if he gives up like 7 runs and 19 hits because he just wants to locate his fastball. Right. But outside of that, it's hard. Like NFL preseason, I know people bet the NFL preseason and you try to read like, we're going to get our guys some work. But how many times they say we're going to play a full half and the offensive starters go out on the first drive of game 3 where they're supposed to play a long time, go 7 plays, 80 yards in a touchdown. The coach goes, you know what? I saw enough. They're coming out. You're like, wait a second. You told me they're going to play the whole first half. It's just hard for me to do that stuff.
Yeah, Tyler.
Tyler. Johnny, my idea to get the ratings going was to. My idea for ratings is when the Astros come out to Oakland for their opening game. Oh. I think they should lift the designated hitter rule for that game. Let Mike Fiers go to the plate against his old team, and they'll probably beat the Super Bowl with ratings there if we can get that going on.
Man, that's going to be good everywhere they go. I mean, I guess maybe the commissioner was like really smarter than everybody else. Like they went so light. Maybe he was deep down going, you know what? I'm not going to penalize them that much because it's going to be so much worse when they actually get their bell rung in cities. When that's all they're going to get yelled at the whole way.
Or it could be that he knows that 5 or 6 teams are involved. I wouldn't be surprised. There's been rumors the Red Sox were involved, the Yankees were involved.
Of course they are.
The Dodgers were doing some stuff about this. So it could just be to avoid suspending like half his league.
Yep.
To start the season.
That's what the steroid era begins with, one guy talking, and everybody's real quiet about like whether they should be testing or not. Because you remember Kurt Schilling back in the day was leading the charge before they actually got the real testing and goes, I want my whole team to not get the test because that'll trigger an automatic test for baseball. If 35 people on one team, it will get over whatever the 5% limit was. And everybody in baseball had a real problem with that. And everybody got to laugh like, they have a problem with it because half these guys are juicing. So of course they don't want the triggered test to go off. So everybody's in on something like that. So you get busted in this game. Huh?
Yeah, can you believe VCU's down 20, Donnie?
Yeah, they're getting trashed. I guess the over's looking pretty good now because they'll play with a lot of pace. Yeah, they're stinking tonight, which is a good win for St. Louis. St. Louis hasn't won very many games against decent competition. This is a nice win for them.
Yeah, man.
All right, so I'm gonna wrap it up here in a couple minutes.
Go ahead, before you go,
yeah,
tomorrow a couple games that you're looking at in college basketball.
Yeah, no, the same ones. I think you can do no worse than get a split when you're taking these 2 road teams tomorrow. Butler and Arkansas Little Rock. Both of those smaller conference schools, Sun Belt, obviously for Arkansas Little Rock, and then the MVC for Bradley. You'll do no worse than a split. I think you get the 2-0 sweep in those games. Couple totals, like team totals that are kind of interesting to me. Lower level stuff like Abilene Christian, but also, you can get some Winthrop. If anybody ever watch Hampton play basketball, I know it's probably way out down there in the Big South. They run 100 miles an hour and they're playing the best offensive team in conference. Over under sitting around like that 160 range. That'll probably go over 160 in that one. Bowling Green gets Dylan Fry back in the MAC tomorrow. One of their better players left like a week and a half. He came back to the team on Tuesday, said he will be available on Saturday's game. So you might get some added value in Bowling Green. GW's decent tomorrow. Louisville's going to put up a lot of points tomorrow in their basketball game, but outside of that, that's what I'm looking at. Got about 15 games, but some interesting stuff.
Thank you for hanging out with us for a little
bit.
Yeah,
dude. No, I'm stopping in tomorrow, man.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm interested in that fight. We'll have some fun.
All right, nice. There he is, Donnie Wright.
All right, gents. Boys. Enjoy the rest of your night, boys, because you got 13 hours tomorrow? You got to do something like that?
Yeah, know how we do, bro.
Yeah, I do.
We'll get the marathon down. We'll be all right.
Enjoy, boys. Peace.
All right, bro. Later. Love Donnie. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Denver just can't get over the fucking hump, huh?
Every time they get close, a run happens. And
Yeah.
I think I'm going to press the button on the Pelicans. I'm gonna hope that Portland can get out to maybe a 5-point lead and get that number down a little bit and take a shot on the Pelicans. What do you guys think of that?
I like that look. Definitely. I think that's the way to go since we missed so much value from the closing line. So
yeah. So what else is going on, boys? Anything new and exciting?
Not really me. I think Ant lives the exciting life, right, Ant?
Well, I'm watching this fucking Thunder game and I'm getting pissed off. So I'm like irritated.
Yeah, we missed that one, right? We thought we'd get both chances and then Now we got the wire to wire here, right? We were talking about how an NBA to you just, yeah.
Yeah, they closed the gap multiple times, but then OKC just keeps opening it back up again.
Spread, do you think the Pelicans could just wire to wire the Trailblazers with no Lillard? I think they just come out and run them right off the floor.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good possibility.
And what do you think about the other game, the Memphis Lakers game? Too many.
I like Memphis plus the points, but we might. Yeah, I think it's too many points, but hopefully the Lakers get off to a good start and we can grab it at like plus 15 or something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
You don't think the Lakers just steamroll them?
I mean, they could.
Yeah, they could, but
I mean, the best part about doing it this way, right, is if it looks like it is just a complete steamroll, like we don't have anything invested, and it gets to plus 15, and we go, you know what, never mind. But
let it go.
No, I think the Grizzlies will keep it close. I don't think that was really a tough game they played last night, so I don't think it's a normal back-to-back. It's a young team, and be interested to see how it goes. But I do think the Grizzlies can keep it close.
Yeah, they're 5-1 to the overs on their second half of a back-to-back, and they played last night. But that total's like at 239.
Utah's down 20, huh? Jesus.
Yeah.
You think they crawl back into this game?
I hope.
I thought so earlier, but now.
How can you be down 20 and only be plus 300 on the money line? I mean, come on.
Because it's Utah, and if the Spurs are running them up and down the floor, that altitude will kick in, and they'll start to slow down while the Utah players are more conditioned for it. And Utah has always been one of the toughest arenas to play in. Nuggets cut it to 5.
Hey, Viper's throwing out some nice stuff. He said the Spurs usually fade in the second half. Let's hope so, huh?
Yeah. Here comes Denver. I hope you're right, boys. It would be nice to get that.
Minnesota's been hanging this game like with
How many times have we thought that so far, right?
Yeah, well, Jay, here's what I said. Like, we're never going to be able to arbitrage this game. It's basically just going to be really close at the end, and then we just got to hope Denver pulls it out. Because at this point, I don't think Denver's never going to take a big enough lead before there's not enough time for Denver to take a big lead.
Well, the good news, though, Ant, is if they take a 2 or 3 point lead, even now that there's only 5 minutes left in the game, that's going to matter. That we will get plus money. They just have to get. They just have to get a lead. They got to be up 2 or 3.
Yeah, but now they just gave up a 3, so now it's 98-92 again. Well, now they gave up another basket. There's 8-point deficit again.
That's been the story of the night in this game.
Yeah, every time they got it close, they give up 2 more baskets. So at least we got that Joker prop got it away pretty quickly. Okay, the Wizards won lost.
Yeah, we won a couple bets. We got the plus 210 with Buffalo. We got the Jokic prop. Was there another one?
No, we lost on the Wizards and we lost on did we lose another one?
Magic.
Oh, the Magic. Yeah.
We lost on the Magic too. Yeah. Gosh, come on, Denver. Yeah. Yeah. Porter needs to pick it up. You're right there, Ara. I don't think he's even on the floor right now, Ara.
Snizzle 420 look like he wants to take the Memphis Grizzlies tonight plus those points. Jake the Degenerate thinks Memphis is the play also. Why are these Laker games always got to start so fucking late?
I think Memphis first half +6 could be a look.
It's only 7:15 out here, Ant.
I know, I'm joking. Isn't it weird to you when you hear Jay say, "Oh, these 8:00 games," and they actually start like 4:00 for you?
No, I'm pretty used to it by now.
You guys get to wake up during football season. You're up for 3 hours, and then football starts.
That's gotta be great.
Yeah,
I know, right?
My brother loves it during college football season. He's like, He's like, you get up, all that college game day bullshit's already over, so you just wake up and you just start watching the games.
Yeah,
and then that
like
Pac-12,
tomorrow for that Baylor game, that's 9 a.m. for me.
Yeah, he's like in all those Pac-12 games that everybody complains about starting so late. I mean, they start at like 7:00 on the West Coast. So, that primetime Pac-12 game that, for us is like 10:00 for me or 11:00 for you guys. It's like, what do you guys talk about? It's fucking 7:00, perfect time. So, yeah, he thinks it's great because I honestly think the West Coast would be the best time zone to watch football just because of that. It's got to suck if you're like a Premier League fan. It's got to suck because the Premier League must start like 4 a.m.
The total in the
5 a.m. for us here. So.
The total in the VCU game, they have 82 points through the first 25 minutes. Off the top of my head, that is somewhere around 3.3 points per minute. You have to check the math on that though. 82 divided by 25, I think, is somewhere around 3.3.
3.28.
So what is it?
3.28.
All right, so 3.28 points per minute. 15 minutes left. The total is 135 and a half. That's 54 points. In the next 14 minutes, Tyler, what is that? 54 divided by 14. I don't know. Okay. So in order for it to go over, they would need a half point more per minute. That makes me lean under.
Here comes Utah.
Rich said St. Louis is going to run them out of the gym, Keg. Well, isn't that good for the under, though, Rich?
Blowouts lead to unders?
Yeah, blowouts lead to unders.
I mean, in theory.
Jazz come out in the third quarter and score 5 straight and force San Antonio to take a timeout. Already down to plus 220 on that money line.
I'm leaning towards taking under 136 and a half. Making that a play. Later, Flash. I miss good old Flash, man. I used to talk to him every day during football season.
Oh, so you're having better days now?
You're such a prick.
What? What'd I say? Hey, the Jazz have cut it down to 14. They were down 20. They cut down to 14 in the 1 minute. How about that? Let's go, Jazz. I think this Thunder play is officially dead. They're down 12 with a minute 30 left.
I'm changing the channel right now. That's too bad. It's just
Well. What do you?
Do we try getting plus money on this Utah side now? Taking the Jazz at plus 220.
Oh, I took the Jazz at plus 500.
The moment they cut this to,
did you really?
Yeah.
Jump to plus money for the Spurs.
I took them at plus 500 when they're down 20 in the second period or second quarter.
They're plus 220 down 14.
If they cut this to like 7, it's going to drop all the way down to maybe even money. And then the moment they get it even closer, the Spurs are going to jump to plus money. They won't even have to take the lead, and the Spurs will be plus money. If they're already dropping this number now, you're going to get it early.
Yeah, I see your point.
Flash says he has feelings. I didn't know that.
Rich said, "I don't."
He said, "I knew you were still here."
Rich said, I don't miss Flash, to be honest. And Flash said, "Easy. I have feelings." Flash, if I miss you, buddy, if my vote counts.
Jay, your vote does not count. We all know that.
That's her.
It's a rigged system.
It does not look like the Thunder are going to get the job done for us.
No, the Thunder are getting the job done
bad.
from their Packers, but we were on the Nugs. We were on the Nuggies, my friend.
All right, the Pelicans Trailblazers game started. I just want to see Portland get up like 6-0, and let me get this Pelicans line cheap, and I'm in. I'm making it a play.
What channel is it on ESPN? Oh, this one's on ESPN too?
Yeah.
Yeah, after this game.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to go get some more refreshments. I'll be right back.
Tyler, did you take a look at tomorrow's numbers yet?
I did not. I'm going to do that tonight.
Okay.
Ant needed to go
quick
get
look at the opening lines while we
I
wait.
wish I'd have made that Beasley points prop an official play, the one we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
He's got
You had it right there.
27.
Early numbers, I'm seeing the Clippers play the Kings. I don't see a line out for that yet. I wonder what they're waiting for on that.
You might get a
Nets
Kawhi
and the
16.
Hornets. He usually only sits on the back-to-backs, though, doesn't he?
Who do they play the next day on Sunday? Do they have a game?
I'd have to check the schedule. I didn't look ahead
They
to Sunday.
don't have a game on Sunday.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's Paul George.
Yeah, probably Paul George.
Leaning on there. Nets are minus 3.5 in Charlotte. What do you think about that game?
I think that total's way too low at 212.5 right now. Neither of them.
Yeah, it's kind of a low total, huh? Yeah. Nets got a little boost with Irving going out. They play more like a team right now. So out for the rest of the season. Bad look if you have a Nets season total, because the regular season win total is looking to go under. They might make a little run now with no Irving in there. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. Mavericks are minus 6 going to Atlanta tomorrow off that win tonight. Do you think Dallas does it again here?
I think they win. I think 6 is too many with that Atlanta team.
Yeah. Yeah, that Atlanta team's kind of playing well right now, right? Trey dropped 50.
Yeah. Betting against them, it's just when it comes down to them late stages of the game, you're just praying to God that Trae Young isn't chucking up 40-footers and they're going in. Especially if you have like a minus and they're up 8. It's like you don't want those shots.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is it's a high number, but I almost like the over 239 there.
Yeah. I'll be looking at Heat's first half team total tomorrow playing the Cavs off that back-to-back.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be a good one there. Maybe just the Heat spread, too, on that first half as well.
Yeah.
See the Bulls -1, or the Suns are -1 in Chicago. They're playing off the back-to-back. The Bulls played 2 nights ago. Any interest in Phoenix there?
Yeah, probably. Their big men are starting to get healthier, and Chicago's still dealing with a lot of problems up front. 8 and 10 guys.
Yeah.
I don't think Levine
Yeah,
can carry
even on the back-to-back, I kind of like Phoenix there. And we talked about it earlier, but 8.5 for the Sixers seems like a little too much going to Milwaukee.
Yeah,
what do you think there?
Too much. Especially
if I jump in there. Yeah, if I jump in there, I'm taking the points there.
I'll be on Philly.
And then the final game,
35.5 once whatever FanDuel settles that at.
Oh yeah, that'll be pretty fun. And then the Rockets are +2 in Utah, the crazy Jazz that we can't seem to get a hold on. So don't really got a good feel for that game.
I'll be eyeing up Gobert rebounds props. As long as he doesn't get run off the floor, I mean, he should be able to eat down low.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Oh, but you know what? We did that last time when they played, and he just sat there and he back tapped him.
Yeah.
And we fell a half rebound short, but he tapped at least 8 offensive rebounds to his teammates.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That we didn't get credit for.
Oh, so
that's why I would be aware of doing that. All he was doing was back tap. Every offensive board, he just back tapped to one of his guards. And so the guard that caught it, Bogdanovich or Ingles or Mitchell, would go ahead and get credit for that rebound. Yeah, I kind of like Houston there too. They had an extra night off. Play the Jazz are down 19. I like Houston in that game too.
And then other than that, that's all we got for tomorrow. The games end at 9.
Yeah. You see RKE lost his spring training bet on a 2-run error double with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the 9th. Oh, RKE. Well, boy, I know how you feel. That's how I feel about my NBA picks tonight. So it's a rough night, but we got to keep trekking ahead here.
I wish I'd have been able to get them 2 picks I gave out on Twitter earlier on the show, but they were in those 2 early 7 o'clock starts. I hit that first half over in that Cleveland game, and Fournier cashed over 17.5.
Yeah. I like how Jermone goes from laughing at the Rockets being +2, but I can't even tell whether or not he thinks he was laughing about it, but I'm like, well, which side what's so funny? Like, you don't think they should be +2 or you do? And then it just goes into anti-Mayweather stuff. So
Armando Page is talking about Imani Bates. Yeah, that kid's gonna be really good. I seen he dropped like 60-something and 20 in a high school game the other day. He's only a sophomore.
Really?
He's built like Kevin Durant. He's just long, lanky, could shoot. He's going to be good. And they said he's already linked to Michigan State, so he'll probably end up there.
They might not even, by the time he gets ready, they might be going straight back into the league too.
Yeah, you're right. If that happens, he's going to be one of the guys who just goes right into the league.
You know, it's funny. If I was a GM, I might be looking at more 4-year players with the idea that I'm only going to get 1 contract out of them, rather than getting these 19-year-olds that like really don't get good to their 3rd or 4th year.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm talking about if I was the GM of an already good team. If you suck, you got to just go for the potential. But I'm surprised there's not more players like Tybal going higher. That come in and they can make an immediate impact because they're 22 and they're like fully developed and they're not like a 19-year-old trying to guard LeBron James or something like that.
Potential factor too much, I think. They look at him and they're like, this guy's already this old. This is what we're getting. Do we really want to pick this guy or pick the guy who's 19? He might turn into this. We're getting this right now. They usually go with that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, like even our local guy Bagley, like I think he'll be good eventually, but it's like he's so young right now. He's probably not gonna be good till his 4th year.
That and the 2 guys that went right behind him.
Oh yeah, it's so bad.
That'll
3
always
guys.
That'll always
All
hang.
3 of them are better. All 3 of them are better. I mean, yeah, that was a flub pick, but it's just an example of like you're picking a guy and you're probably not going to even get good production out of him until the second contract, and you're going to have to put $100 million into him. It's just it's tough. I mean, I understand when you're the Kings, and you haven't made the playoffs for so long, you got to go for the young guy and hope that he gets good. But I'm just surprised more of the teams picking between 15 and 30 don't go for more 4-year guys.
Now, do you think Luka would be half the player he is in Dallas and Sacramento?
Probably half.
Probably half.
Hey Jay.
Oh man, yeah, Rich G. I think we're up there with the pain and misery.
Yeah.
Hey Jay, do you want me to go over the spring training lines for tomorrow?
Oh my God. My stomach. I just got like sharp pain in my stomach, bro.
Hold on, let's see here.
Aura comes in and says VCU is fighting right now.
I mean, they're down 16.
Do you want me to give you
I was
a
hoping
break?
they were legit fist fighting on the field, but
would you like a breakdown of the Baltimore Orioles versus the Atlanta Braves spring training game?
Who's pitching it?
I don't know. I'm looking at the lines. I don't fucking know. I'm just
trolling.
I'm just trolling Jay.
I want my breakdown.
He's just trolling.
Oh,
yeah. Now you got to give us one.
Yeah, now I want my fucking breakdown.
I don't even know who's pitching.
Yeah.
Well, let me see.
You better find out because
they don't even have listed pitchers up. They give you a money line that they don't have listed pitchers on it.
How did you even do it?
I don't know.
Rockets.
World Ranked wants to know if we know any good gambling documentaries.
No, believe it or not, I don't.
I saw a gambling documentary years ago about professional poker players. Turned out it wasn't that glamorous of a life. Yep.
Showtime did one recently, right? I never watched it though.
Oh, it was terrible. It was so bad.
It was bad.
Oh, it was so bad.
Okay. Well, that's probably why I skipped it.
I mean,
one of my
just so
favorite
you
gambling
know,
movies is
Vegas Dave. Vegas Dave was one of the people that they followed. It was like Vegas Dave, Kelly,
okay.
some Krakenberger guy.
So people who don't make their living betting sports?
Yeah, it was so bad. It was so bad.
All right. Those are the good people to follow then. No, it was.
Did we talk about this before, Ant? The High Roller movie with Stu Unger?
Yeah, I don't. If
it's
I
not
remember
a
correctly, I didn't like it.
I liked it, and you didn't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like an extreme dislike.
I liked
just
it.
Thought there was. I don't know. I thought it was too short, and they didn't go into. There was a lot of things they could have done with it that they didn't really get into too much. I don't know, because if you listen to like a lot of the stories of Stu Unger, like the guy was a lot more fascinating than what they did with that book or with that movie. But no, I watched the doc.
Okay, and that's fair too. Yeah,
I would say it's a documentary I saw about 10 years ago about the professional poker players. But it was like, the kind of professional grinders who played like 2-5, 5-10, no limit, or like 40-80 grinders at limit hold'em, those kind of players, not those guys who got those sponsorship deals with Poker Stars at the beginning of that poker boom back in like 2005. Not the Chris Moneymakers or the Daniel Granus, but like the actual grinders. And not a glamorous lifestyle. Not a glamorous
Viral
lifestyle.
says it's called Bet Raise Fold. No, it's a grind, right? I mean, just sitting there for so long is hard.
Yeah.
Right? And one mistake and you can ruin your winnings for the whole day.
Yeah. I remember probably my early 20s, like when I was 21, 22, 23, I had ambitions of wanting to go pro until I realized, it's not a very good lifestyle because you got to grind just to make like 40, 50,000 a year. And then it's your expenses.
And it's not even guaranteed, right? Like if you're going to have to sit in a chair for 8 hours a day, you might as well go get the guaranteed money from a corporation, not to mention the benefits, the pension, the pay time off.
Yeah, there's no pension, no benefits, no health care, no nothing. And it's not even a guaranteed income, and you're grinding your ass off for like 40, 50K a year. Unless you move up into the really, really super high stakes. And then you start figuring out like, wait,
which are tough to beat, which are very tough to beat.
Exactly. And then
a lot of those guys just try to like make a name and then try and get the whales to come and try and play against them for fun. Kind of like, did you remember that old poker show and the old Lakers owner used to go on there, Jerry Buss?
Yeah.
And, he just wanted the thrill of playing against Negreanu and stuff, but they were just sitting there like, yes, because otherwise they would just be losing the rake to each other.
Pretty much. Yeah. So, the life of a professional poker player, I quickly realized in my very, very, very early 20s that wasn't something that I would really want to try and do. Plus, being in a poker room with all those fucking grinders all damn day was just mind-numbing.
Yeah, I did like online before the Black Friday happened.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was such the Wild West back then. You can't even do the stuff that we were doing back then. Like back then I had like a HUD tracker and I would leave it on while I was at work, like on 15 or 20 tables on like full tilt or whatever. And then it would record at what every single player did. I could watch any hand that happened. And so then when I was playing, even if I didn't know you, I had no reads at all. I just like logged on, I'd say like, oh, Ant, I would see that you raised pre-flop 20% of the time. You call, it gave me all these stats, and it was so easy back then. Now they've got rid of the HUD trackers. Like if you go to Bovada, like you're not an official name anymore, so you can't get tracked like that and stuff. So it was the Wild West back then, and it was fun to make a lot of money doing that. And then that Black Friday came and kind of ruined it all for us.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a lot of fun, though. It was a lot of fun because you'd play like these $10 tournaments and people would take them seriously.
Yeah, no, and it was funny too because my friends, because everybody was into it back then, and they would come over and they would see me. It was called data mining, and they'd be like, "Wait a second, like you're able to do that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, there's no rule against it, And they would see it, so they'd be like, "Well, what's my numbers?" And I'm like, "Oh, you spew, you raise 40% of the time pre-flop, and they'd be like, "No way," because you could just track everything, and it basically just allowed the computer to make the reads for you.
Yeah,
world ranked. I play here and there, usually in the summer when everything's slow with the sports betting.
Yeah, it's crazy how much tougher the game got. But
I went from beating like 50 cents a dollar to like breaking even at like 5 cent, 10 cent. But I was playing really basic, straightforward poker. I was just raising when I had it, 12 tabling, and only playing good hands because I was playing 12 tables at a time, and I would get paid off. Now, if you tried to do that, everyone would realize what you're doing and no one would call your bets. You'd wait around and you get the pocket kings and you'd raise pre-flop and everyone would fold because they'd be like, you haven't played a hand for like 35 minutes,
Yeah. Live poker is still pretty easy if you go around poker rooms though. So
yeah. Online kind of ruined my attention span though.
Yeah, I could never somebody asked me in the chat, am I a poker guy? Yeah, I actually I used to play poker a lot, where it subsidized a part of my income when my back was okay and I was still working my daily job. But I haven't played in a while, to be honest. since I really started doing this about 6 years ago, I just drifted away from poker. But I won a couple like World Series of Poker Tour satellite tournaments down at Harris in Atlantic City. I won a tournament that had 1,586 people in it.
Oh, nice.
I placed a bunch of times, but I'm more of a cash guy anyway than a tournament guy. I used to sit down and play 2-5 no limit for like 36-hour sessions. Like,
oh wow.
And then I was in a casino in Atlantic City for 3 months. Actually, I was at Harris on the marina in Atlantic City for 3 months. I rented a room there for 3 months, and I used to play 36-hour sessions, and I would go up to my room, sleep, take like a day off, do another 36-hour session. And I did that for a while, and I just couldn't get into online poker though, man. I have to be there. I have to feel the felt. I don't know. I just never really could get into online poker. And I don't know how those people that play like in 50 tables at once, that are just like constantly like clicking a button where you're either in or you're out or you're raising every second because you're playing 50 tables at once.
I would play like 4 stud tables at once.
Yeah, I can't do that, man.
That's one of the reasons why I liked online, was because on online I could actually find a stud game where you can't get stud games going in live poker anymore. But online you can still you can find stud games. So that's one of the reasons why back in the day I did like online poker, was because I could just play stud and I'd play about 4 tables at once. But like 4 was the max that I could do stud with, because you're trying to count the cards for card removal. So
when I go down to Atlantic City though, like if I go down for like my mom or my dad's birthday, they like to go down there for a weekend. When I go there, I'll maybe play craps for an hour, but the entire time that I'm there, other than when I'm eating dinner like with my parents or something like that, the entire time I'm there, I'm just walking through the casino to get to the poker room. I live in the poker room when I go down for a weekend in Atlantic City, and it comes back quick, man. Like I might have to like read a couple chapters of a book to get my probabilities down, but aside from that, it's really like riding a bike.
So, Jay, it's looking like this Pelicans game went the other way for you. They come out with a quick lead.
Of course they do.
What's going on with Anthony Davis? Are you guys seeing this? Like, is he going to be back in 2 minutes, or is this just for real?
What's he doing, rolling around on the ground?
Because I see he's out of the game already. He's already out of the game. They already subbed him out.
AD?
That dude's made of glass.
Why don't they sub Zion out of the game? That'd be pretty dope.
No, we need 23 points out of him before he goes.
Is there any possible way the Jazz come back from being down 18 with only 1 quarter left?
I mean,
it's possible.
It is possible.
I'd say. What are the odds?
They're pretty high up there.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that? What was that lead?
I'd say the plus 1,500 is right.
What was that game? The Kings came back. They were down like 11 with like 40 seconds to go.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was against Minnesota. I think they were down 17 with like 2.5 minutes to go. Right, Cape says he was hurt before the game started. So what? He just tried it, and then how did he get hurt between the All-Star game and today?
These
guys, man.
Over like
they must just live. They must just live the life. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, what did he do? Go to too many raves? I mean, what's going on here? How does he get hurt? I mean, I didn't watch the All-Star game. Wasn't he in there at the end of the game?
Yeah, he shot the game-winning free throw.
Like he played the whole 4 quarters, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That national anthem by Shaka Khan is the gift that just keeps on giving.
It's terrible.
Spread, you know he was a point guard in high school.
They're
right?
pretty bad at that. Who?
Davis.
What?
He had a giant
really?
growth spurt his senior year. Yeah, he was like a guard, like his whole high school career until his senior year.
I got about a minute into that national anthem and tapped out.
Bro, I can't even put it into words to you guys how we had no show that day. Obviously,
was it worse than Fergie?
Yeah,
I was sitting at my.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
That is the main question. Was it worse than Fergie? Because Fergie last year was just.
Tyler, you haven't watched it. Tyler, you haven't watched it?
I mean, no.
Oh, bro.
It's a good hypothetical, though. No, I really think that it's a good question. I mean, I've seen both, and it's hard to say.
Listen to me, okay? I was at my desk like normal, watching the game. The girl that sang the Canadian national anthem was great, and then Shaka Khan hits the stage. And she starts singing the national anthem, and 25 seconds in, I've had the hardest laugh that I've ever had by myself. I've laughed harder with friends, but sitting in my house alone, I was fucking in tears.
Those are the best when you're by yourself.
I was in tears to the point that I laughed through the national anthem, and I had to rewind it and watch it again to really grasp how bad of a national anthem that was. I was in fucking tears, bro.
And the problem too is
the best part about the Fergie one, Tyler. I was just saying the best thing about the Fergie one was when they cut, and usually everyone's like really being solemn.
And like
Klay Thompson and Steph
laughing.
Curry were just sitting there like they're like making these faces like, what is going on?
Like everyone wants to bust out laughing that's standing there.
Yeah.
And the problem, and I'll tell you guys, like the problem with that Shaka Khan, because I did tap out on it in about a minute in. I didn't finish watching it. Was I like Shaka Khan? Like she's made some really good music. She's had some good hits back in the '80s and stuff like that. So, like, how does she go from making like songs that I like to, oh, that's fucking terrible?
Tyler, when you're having a bad day,
just go
like the next time you get a bad beat where you're like, oh, I'm so sick of this fucking sport, just put the Shaka Khan national anthem on, bro, and you're good. And you are good. Thanks for your work. Oh, you're welcome, bro. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Any thoughts on the women's tennis tomorrow? Yes, Fred and I were talking about that earlier. Simona Halep is the favorite, like minus 230. The chick that she is playing, though, had a great tournament. What is it, Rybakina?
Yeah.
Her serve, bro, has been lights out. Her ace prop, the last 3 matches, has been at 4.5, and she blew through right by them her last 2 games. I think she had 10 or 11 aces, I want to say, in one of her matches. I don't know. What do you think, Fred?
I mean, I don't know if I'm even going to play it. I think that if I do play it, I got to take Rybakina. I don't want to lay the minus 200 there with Halep. I think that's too expensive. I think the line should be a little shorter.
Don't you think it goes over? I think we definitely see a third set. Don't you? No matter who wins.
Yeah, I think that's the safer play, is just to take the over and then hope that Rybakina can hold. It's funny. Jennifer Brady, she really succumbed to fatigue today, and it was pretty evident. And Rybakina would be the one that you'd be flagging for fatigue. She, did so well in St. Petersburg last week, and now she's coming off another tournament. I think this will be her 8th match in 9 days or something crazy like that. She just hasn't been getting tired, so that's something to look at as well there. That
the
would the only
I've
reason
noticed,
that I would not do the ever.
The only thing I've noticed with Halep is like you make the right call and you think it should go over, but she'll drop the first set 6-1 out of nowhere.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
she's good for those clunkers, or she'll win the first set 6-1 and the second set will be 7-6 and you'll lose that over by a half game.
Yeah. And it was rough today because I thought that Brady would be able to hold serve against her and that we'd have a long match. And Halep just blew her off the court. But to be fair, Brady wasn't playing very well, and made it easy for Halep by making a lot of unfair errors. But yeah, those are always tough to call.
Yeah, she's minus 250. Wow. Total games is 21.5, and the under is minus 135. You know what I've been doing, Spread? I've been laying the juice, bro. I've been betting like over 17.5 games minus 300, or over 18.5 games. Over 18.5 games like minus 220. And it's been working well this tournament for sure.
Yeah, and when this is that, so I'd be a little careful about that next week. This is in Dubai this week. Real quick courts there, so helps the servers, so you get a lot of holds. Next week in Doha, the courts are significantly slower. Should see some more breaks of serve, so I would tread a little carefully with that next week.
Viral video said take Halep in the first set on the spread. First set prop, she is
what, minus 1.5?
Let me
Jazz
check
only
my
down
other
12.
Yeah, well, here comes that Jazz team.
They only down 12.
I'll be right back. Check that spread.
Fingers crossed, guys. Jazz only down 12. Blazers are down 4, so it doesn't look like what Jay wanted is going to come to fruition here. And Lakers coming out through.
Oh, yeah.
And the Grizz can't seem to score really against the Lakers here. This is not a good game.
Well, I mean, 8 points in the first 6 minutes. Let's see when Davis gets back in here. I see the line is pretty much exactly what it closed
They didn't
at.
do out Brooklyn from yesterday.
At 11.5
points in 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, and then they ended up coming back to blow it in overtime. That was pretty funny. If you had if you took Brooklyn
on that this year
before the Simmons news. Oh yeah, I mean I don't know what's up with that
Don't
team.
hold that lead,
But
they blow it at the end, and it's like, man, am I glad I didn't take those.
And it sucks because if you grabbed it in the morning at 8.5, you were chill. But if you grabbed it late after Simmons was announced out at 6.5, you didn't cover. Yeah, so that was a tough one there for late coming to the Nets backers. So it's Philly looks really good even without either of their stars. Either Embiid or Simmons sits. They don't really seem to lose a step. That's a good basketball team, and I'll tell you what, they don't look good at certain points during the regular season, but I would not be surprised if they were in the Eastern in the finals.
Yeah.
Because when they turn it on, they play the best defense. It's like up there with the Clippers.
You would not be surprised if the Phillies were in the finals.
Defense. If the Sixers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Ooh, that's a hot take, isn't it?
No, that's the one team in the East everyone looks at, and they're like, we think they're not trying right now, and they're going to flip that switch in the playoffs, and they're just going to start fucking people up.
Yeah, because when they do try, it's either them or the Clippers is the best defensive team in the league, I believe.
I still want to see if the Pacers can get out of their own way and get Oladipo like integrated into that offense.
How many rebounds does Zion have?
Yeah. Let me check.
I mean, we haven't even talked about the Heat either. I mean, they could clearly make a run.
And it was funny because I was talking to my buddy today, the one we do, the guy from Philly that we do the NBA and the WTA little scopes, and he I don't even think it was on the scope, but he thinks that Miami is a tough matchup for him. He said that's the one that worries him the most as a Sixers fan. So Zion is pretty good for our props so far. 10 points, 1 rebound.
I need 12.
Well, I would prefer 0 rebounds, but that would have been way doper. Yeah. Way cooler than that. So everyone wants to talk about that Baylor-Kansas game tomorrow, and I'm just like, Yeah,
Tyler,
it's gonna be a good game, but
you might have the most insight on that. I can't give you a good side there. Do you have a side there, Tyler?
And what was that?
Baylor, Kansas.
I was asking Jeff in the chat what he thought of that game.
Yeah,
we'll
read that off when it comes in here.
I mean, I look at it like this: how do you not take +2 with Kansas? But I mean, it is on the road, so
doesn't Baylor make a lot of their money like inside the paint? I haven't really watched much of them this year because I haven't really watched much college basketball. But if they're scoring a lot of their points in the paint, Azubuike should be a big problem for them. That's a big man down there.
Ooh. Rich G says he thinks Baylor wins both game. Everyone says Baylor.
It's gonna be a hell of a game to watch.
Well, it's a 2-point game. Well, it's a 2-point spread, so it's not even like the bookies are trying to tell you that they think anybody's going to be that much better or not.
Yeah. My Kentucky boys should run through Florida tomorrow. But anytime I think they're going to run through a team is when they lose.
Who's your team?
Kentucky.
Why is Kentucky your team? You're from Pittsburgh. Why is it Pittsburgh?
Their coach is from Pittsburgh.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I just feel like
I ain't backing that shitty team called the Pittsburgh Panthers, Ant. They score like 12 points a game.
That should be your team. That's your team, buddy. Nope. Or Penn State.
I don't back pedos either.
What about Penn?
Nah. I might do Duquesne.
You like Duquesne?
We're about 15 minutes down the road. Might have to back some Duquesne. Robert Morris, too.
The Duquesne Dukes. I didn't know that Duquesne was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Duquesne, Pitt, and there's a couple other little colleges that are like not really big in sports. They're all like stuffed right downtown in Pittsburgh. Like I could walk from Duquesne's campus to Pitt's campus in like 15 minutes.
Big man's on Kansas.
That sounds like walking from the Omaha, Nebraska, or the Nebraska Omaha, whatever you want to call it, the campus, the Creighton campus. Although it's probably be like a 30-minute walk. I mean, 5-minute drive though.
Yeah.
World Rank says Baylor beat Kansas on the road. Still no respect. I don't know. I might just watch the game, but not bet it. Does that make sense? Has anybody else ever done that? It's crazy shit. Just watch the game and not actually betting it.
What are you talking about? You always got to bet.
I don't know. I like Villanova tomorrow, though. I'll take Villanova. I think Villanova pimp slaps Xavier. That game's a pick'em.
Yeah, that should be a good one.
Well, them road games in the Big East are kind of tough, so I understand why it's a pick'em. But Villanova's substantially better than Xavier this year.
Is that big man on campus I see in our chat?
Yep.
Yeah, he popped in.
Yeah, he's hanging out tonight. It's pretty cool.
He likes Kansas tomorrow, Jay.
It's my guy. Kansas tomorrow, huh? I mean, who's getting points?
Kansas.
Man, it seems like a fucking razor thin game, right? I mean, I guess taking the points would be the right call. Who's home?
Baylor, I believe.
It's in Baylor, right?
Yeah, it's in Waco.
Yeah. What's the spread? What is it?
+2.
1 bucket, huh?
1 bucket.
Nobody's talking about them, though. You notice that? They're ranked 3rd in the country, and they seem to be an afterthought this year, don't they?
Well, that's because they're always right there every year.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it. Yeah, it's like I wouldn't call them an afterthought. It's just that they are always
right
in the country. So you're just like, oh, okay.
They're like Kansas. Oh yeah, they're ranked top 5. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, it's never a surprise when Kansas is good. But Baylor being this good, that's kind of new.
Yeah, man, Baylor. They
Spread. Do you think any chance that coach takes an NBA job next year? After the season he's having this year, or do you think he stays in Baylor?
Baylor's coach?
Yeah.
Right now I would say no. I mean, do you think there's going to be a lot of job openings?
I think there's going to be a few, not too many. You figure, I think the Bulls job opens up. Cleveland's job is already open.
Okay. No, I think they signed Biggerstaff. I think they're going to give Biggerstaff a run.
They're going to give him the job
because I don't think they want another coach getting undermined. Yeah, I think so.
Atlanta probably sticks with their guy.
Oh, he's doing good, don't you think, Pierce?
Orlando could be a coaching spot that opens up.
No, Clifford's job's safe.
I could see them moving players and coaches and just blowing it up, especially if they come in.
Yeah, I guess so. I think they should keep Clifford. I think if Clifford leaves, they're lottery bound. I think he's a good. I think he's a good coach.
Yeah, but at what point for them do you click the rebuild button? Do you just keep staying in that like 8 seed slot, or you just because they're not going to land free agents to rebuild,
right?
So you just click that button and hit reset and just go back to the lottery.
Yeah.
I mean, how far can you really get with Vucevic, Gordon, Fournier, and Fultz?
Yeah, I think the only one that's got a ceiling there is Fultz that hasn't really been reached. I think that with Gordon and Vucevic and Fournier, this is pretty much the best players they're going to be. Fultz, I think, has a great chance to develop into a star. So you might blow it up, establish 3, and then try and build around Fultz and get some draft picks. So
they brought up Detroit.
That actually wouldn't be a bad look, but I think
I wouldn't want that job though.
Yeah. Oh, you think they get rid of Dwayne Casey?
I think they could.
I guess. I don't know. I don't. I mean, do you really think it's his fault? I mean, they had it. Their roster wasn't that good.
They were banged up.
Blake got hurt. Yeah, and then they pretty much went for the tank right now. So, isn't that crazy? Dwayne Casey was coach of the year, and then he gets fired.
And then they win the championship, and then he ends up on one of the worst teams as the coach.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a pretty dead night, man. Not a ton of spots that we were able to find, but it was a really small college card.
It was a small college card, and then the NBA card wasn't that much fun to us.
Yeah, I'm still going to try and get on these Pelicans, hopefully, if the Trailblazers could make a little comeback here.
How much do you want the Trailblazers to come back by?
I mean, I'd like to be able to get the Pelicans at like -2.5.
That's going to be
Count
hard.
me in. Count me in if we could see that. It's a 3-point game, and the line's 5.5. Figure what do they got to do? Tie the game? Be up 2?
They're probably going to have to be up a little more than that with no Lillard.
Yeah.
The books will probably adjust. They're going to look at that and be like, this is their run. Like, they're not going to drop that number so far. I mean, look, we've seen the Spurs go up like 12, and they were still like plus 130 in that first half. It took them being up 20 for that number to finally like actually give in.
Man, if
questions
Zion,
about that Portland under. I would go under here.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Viral Video was asking, do we hit the Portland under now that it's at 251? And I would say, yeah, I don't think that they can keep up the scoring pace. There. I do think it'll slow down.
Well, the Blazers just came back all the way. They're only down 2. They're only down 3. So there you go, Jay. You might get that spot you're looking for.
Yeah. If Zion can stay healthy, he's gonna be a fun watch for the next decade.
How many rebounds does he have?
With that body frame and carrying around all that weight and playing that explosive, his knees are bound to give out eventually.
Ooh, he still only has 1 rebound. Fingers crossed. Come on. Don't you fucking mother.
Yeah, Jay, let's do it. I'm going to go under 254.5 at minus 115 on this Trailblazers game.
I can get you 255.5.
All right.
That's a high.
That's the play then. I just placed mine.
Think it's slowing down?
Did the Wizards cover?
No, they lost outright.
No. They lost outright.
They led that whole game, and then Cleveland cut back into it and won the game.
Yeah, so we misjudged the coaching bounce there, right? It looks like
you give it out at 254, and it goes all the way down to 253.
Well, I mean, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I saw it. It's at 255.
Now it's at 252. I don't think that 255 was a bettable line, Jay. I think once you click to bet it, they're going to tell you to suck a dick, and it's 252 now.
I put it in.
You got it at 255?
Yeah, and it's 254.5 right now at my book.
It was 254 13 seconds ago. Now it's 252.
Yeah, I got 255 minus 108.
Yeah, it's starting to piss me off. Can't get that line.
Now it's 257, bro.
Is it going up?
Yeah.
Jazz cut it to 10 with 4 minutes to go.
250. Well, call me when they're cut it to
your emotions.
A lead.
Like 1.
Yeah, I got it 255.5. Big man on campus says, Jay, what up?
What's up, Jeff? Happy to see you in here, bro. So we got Buffalo at plus 210, but then we got Kent State at, what was it, plus 155.
Hated the other guys too. What's up, Jeff?
Ant, Fred, and Tyler.
We're just staffing.
Donnie
spots,
was in
that's
here.
all.
Donnie was on the show for like an hour earlier shooting the shit.
So, Tyler, I'm looking for any Anthony Davis news to see if he's coming back or not.
See if I can find anything.
Yeah.
How did the Jazz shit the bed so bad? When good teams lose at home to bad teams, that just really makes you depressed.
Well, Spurs need every win they can get right now. They're one of them teams fighting for that 8 seed.
Yeah.
I'm seeing he's had a right calf issue.
So nothing serious.
Yeah.
Jeff was sitting in a chair in New York next to somebody that I would love to be sitting next to, bro. Just sitting next to Dave Portnoy like it ain't no fucking thing.
Giving out picks. I've seen that.
Right, though? Fucking Jeff. All right, so we got that New Orleans under 255.5, Jokic cash, Buffalo plus 210 cash. Zion under 8.5 rebounds looks okay. The Nuggets plus 170 couldn't get it done. What happened with the Magic plus 11.5 spread?
They lost.
You're going to make
Missed
it that
one
lost
too.
for the third time?
Yeah, it's fine. We missed that one too.
I'll just say, remember
They
that
came
time?
up short. They lost by like 14.
Remember that time like 15 minutes ago, and then that other time like a half hour ago when you asked them the same fucking question?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to record everything.
I know. I was busting your balls.
Yeah. No, not our best day here. They lost
way
by 16,
too much.
So.
Way too much fucking weed, bro, in my 20s.
My short-term. Oh, I thought you were going to say
my short-term memory.
Smoking that devil's lettuce again.
Oh, my short-term memory is a ghost.
Dented Lawyer wants to talk about the Astros sign stealing.
Yeah, how about that? The Astros are going to get booed every stadium they walk into.
You know what I would love to see happen, though?
They're going to get hit a whole lot.
Go out and just fucking win the World Series.
You want to see them just go out and win the World Series? Well, here's the thing.
Them to just go out there and just slap everyone and just win the World Series and be like, here you go. We know how to play baseball, too. We can cheat and win.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be really good this year. But the problem that they're going to run into is the fact that Dusty Baker is their manager. So they're not going to win the World Series.
Hey, he's a local guy. He's a local guy, Ant. We like him up here.
He's a fucking idiot, but okay. Do you see the hat I'm wearing? Do you see how the hat says Cubs on it?
Oh yeah, he was part of your guys' team too, wasn't he?
The level of hatred I have for that man for what he did to Wood and Pryor is, oh my god. Oh, you mean how he let Pryor go out there for 140 pitches every other goddamn start, and then we all wonder, gee, why did Mark Pryor, one of the biggest pitching prospects of a decade, turn into a bust after 2 years? He looked great for like a year and a half, and then, oh wait, his arm blew out. What the hell happened? Oh, I don't know. How about Dusty Baker leaving him out there for 140 fucking pitches every start?
I was surprised to see how vocal Aaron Judge was when they were asking him about the whole thing. Somebody just came right out and was like, do you think they earned that World Series? And he basically said that that's a Fugazi championship. They clearly had an advantage. I don't know how you could be proud of winning that championship. So good for Aaron Judge.
Wow, that's pretty strong.
Well, it is what it is. The thing is, though, is like we can complain about the Astros all we want, but that's still a good team.
Oh, they're really good.
They're
right?
100. They're a 100-win team with or without that whole sign stealing fiasco. They're still a 100-win team. You're talking about a team that had Charlie Morton and freaking Justin Verlander Pitching, you're talking about that lineup. I mean, that lineup's good with or without that fucking sign stealing.
Who was the guy in our chat that said Dusty Baker? I'm telling you, they're gonna get Dusty Baker for a year until they can't afford to pay that team one last shot at a championship before they break it up. Whoever said that in our chat was dead fucking on, man.
Yeah.
And he was like plus a nickel at the time where we could have bet that. Do you remember who that was in our chat?
No,
I do remember it. I don't remember who it was. So if it was you and you're with us, go ahead and go ahead and chime in and remind us.
Sean so what do you think about that?
Spread.
What?
Dusty Baker, you think he's good enough to get the job done? Does he have any championships?
No.
He came close with the Giants, came close with the Cubs. And then what did he go? Was he on another team in between there?
The Cubs, the Giants,
I know he was in the World Series with,
and he also was with the.
It was the Reds.
Rich G
and
goes,
the Reds, they never made it.
Rich G goes, I'll take credit for that, Jay. Wasn't me, but I'll take the credit.
All right, Rich. Shout out to Rich G. What a great fucking call that was, Rich.
No, but I think this year, though, it's just you can't really bet World Series futures unless you're taking some teams at like some of those 15-1 shots that I was looking at. The ones that I tweeted out the Rays and and I liked the price on the Mets. But I mean, you can't take the favorites because they're so short. I mean, it's just not worth having a future that long. I mean, the Yankees are like 2-1 to win the World Series.
Squatty with some common sense, right? No World Series last year with Garrett Cole and cheating. Same team minus Cole and no cheating. No chance they beat the Yankees.
No, I don't think they beat the Yankees either. The Yankees are the best team in baseball, and the Dodgers are the best team in baseball. Well, I mean, the Yankees and Dodgers are the best teams in baseball.
Well, there can't be two best teams.
Yeah, well, the Yankees are the best team in the American League. The Dodgers are the best team in the National League. But in my opinion, the Yankees were the best team in the American League last year. The Dodgers were the best team in the National League last year. I just think it's the same thing this year.
I can't believe we're talking about baseball right now. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's just the Dodgers are going to be sick this year. I think
they landed Mookie Betts, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They got Mookie Betts.
Trade too?
It is going to be tough. The Dodgers are going to be kind of like they were last year, where they're going to sail to over 100 wins. They're going to be the best team of the regular season, but their Achilles heel might be the fact that if they run into a team like, say, the Nationals again, where the Nationals have 3 A-plus starters to throw at them, the fact that the Dodgers have the best starting pitching depth in the league and the best lineup in the league might not matter if they got to go up against Strasburg, Scherzer, Corbin, 1, 2, 3, and get shut down. So that's what happened to the Dodgers last year. It could happen to them again this year, but still doesn't change the fact that the Dodgers are the best team in the National League. They were the best team in the National League last year. They're going to be the best team in the National League again this year. But
Jay Dented Lawyer wants to know who's going to win the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, I said like last week, I think it's a fight where the odds should be dead even. I think both these guys should be minus 110. I think it's that close, razor thin. The only way I can look was taking Paul Felder at that plus 130, plus 125 range, just like we were on Blachowicz last week. It's going to be a great fight to watch. Really, really tough call, though. I probably would not have bet the fight if I didn't have to write an article on it, because I think it's going to be that close. I just think that if Felder can bring the fight into the pocket, into the phone booth, he has the advantage. Dan Hooker's got some wicked knees, man. Okay. But I still think that Felder has the advantage if they could fight in a phone booth. Now, if Hooker does a really good job of not getting controlled in the octagon, not getting the octagon cut off, if he could flow freely around that cage and he can strike at range, if he could strike at range, I think the fight then turns to his advantage. But if he can't fight at range and Felder drags him in a phone booth, then I think Felder has the advantage. I think it's razor thin.
Is there any fight on that card you really like?
I really like the co-main event. I really like the favorite in the co-main event. I just think he's better, and minus 126 I think is a fair price. I think Jimmy Crute could be a good light heavyweight prospect 2 years from now. I just don't think he's there yet.
It's too early.
Yeah, I think it's too early.
And he looks on that NASCAR race on Sunday. It's not a restricted play.
I had to write an article, bro, for SBR with no practice times, no consecutive lap average times. I had to go completely off last year because they're practicing tonight and Saturday for the Sunday race.
Oh, that's why.
I did the best I could, but I turned the article into like NASCAR betting theory, like what I look for. Why we were successful on our show all last year, how soft the live betting market is, even though Anthony would yell at me for even writing that in an article. But
I think it would be retarded for you to write that in an article, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, that happened already, so.
Well, you know, I've never accused you of being intelligent, so.
I gave out a couple picks, a couple guys that I think Ryan Blaney at 20-1. Based on what he's done at Las Vegas, I think that's a good number. I think Team Penske rules that race. So
I'm glad I made Spread laugh.
Yeah, Rich. Yeah, I agree. But Sunday morning, I'll put the picks out on Twitter. I think the race will have started before we go on.
What time do we go on?
3 o'clock. What time is
at 3? So
okay, yeah.
We'll come on. You'll have to like give them right out.
Yeah, and I'll throw them on Twitter too. In the morning when I bet. Tyler, were you on Hamlin? Did you catch the race with me?
I didn't. I slept through that race.
Come on, T.
I did watch a guy almost die.
Bro, I had him 42-1. I had Newman. We were 500 feet away from cashing that 42-1 until Ryan Blaney bumped him and almost fucking killed the poor guy.
Yeah, I got him fucking 40 feet up in the air and just slid on his roof.
Luckily, we had Hamlin too at 11-1. But man, I really wanted that 42-1 ticket to start the year.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah, that'd be nice. We'll get one of those. Don't worry.
What a way that would have been to start the year off. Are we any closer to what?
Aboard?
The Lakers are.
No, you know what's funny? Yeah, these games have been staying real close to what they closed at. Pelicans are minus 8.5 right now. Grizzlies are plus 11.5. Grizzlies cut it there real quick for a second. But I was actually interested in going the other way there, trying to get more points. I see it going to 12.5 now.
Zion's up to 4.
Yeah, so it looks like we got
right,
the Zion right so far.
We'll call. Yeah, well, hopefully we hit the under 8.5 rebounds. We'll call it a night because we're going to be on all day tomorrow. T, you're going to be around tomorrow?
Yep.
All right, cool. We'll be on at 3 tomorrow, an hour before the prelims start. And that's it. I'm going to try to get the Pelicans if the Trailblazers can get any kind of run here. If I can get the Pelicans at a cheaper number, I'm in. Other than that, I just have the rebound prop, under 8.5 rebounds. Did you guys like anything is there anything that you're looking for to maybe get on the Laker game?
I mean, if the Lakers get up big and I can get the Grizzlies at like plus 16 or plus 17, I'll probably jump in there.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
But other than that, no.
Or if you can get the Lakers at like a -2. But I don't see that happening.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. I think the Grizzlies would have to go up by 5 for you even to get the Lakers -2. And they're down by 9 right now, so.
All right, so we will catch you guys tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Full card of college basketball, full card of the NBA. We got a UFC fight night and the biggest heavyweight boxing fight we've seen in years, right?
Just
is that fair to say?
Yep.
Last year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
All right. It'll be an exciting day tomorrow. We will be back at 3 o'clock. We'll see you then. We're out back after this.